Kapow!
Kapow, bitches!
Kapow!
Yo, ho, ho,
Yo,
ho!
ho, ho! Good evening and welcome to the best hardcore show on the internet. I'm Joe ET and this is...
Mr. Dolphin to you, mate. How's it going?
I'm good. I survived Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm obese and I have a beard, but I'm alive.
I think I'm pre-diabetic. We're both doing pretty well.
Yeah. What have you been doing?
Eating for months, it feels like.
Yeah?
No, what have you been doing? Excel, we did...
Prospect was amazing.
We did Prospect, didn't we? Wow, that was the thing. So, me and Steph did our Dungeon Dragons thing, and all the AV stuff, it went pretty well.
Yeah.
Really good feedback.
Really well, actually.
It's
really good.
It's a work in progress, right? We're learning, we're building, and each show is getting a bit better. So, we got another really good booking off it as well that we'll be doing over the summer. I don't know if it's been announced yet, but yeah, we're going to be doing another big show over the summer. So, but yeah, what about you?
Really nice.
What have you been up to?
Obviously Prospect at the beginning of the month. Then I've been to Essen in Germany for Christmas markets, eating and drinking everything.
Nice, yeah.
Then Paris for Christmas with Cam. And it's just been a month of excess, honestly.
Yeah.
Just non-stop excess. Trying to clear projects before the end of the year. And being ready for the new year, getting all my stuff out of the way and work and blah, blah, blah. Getting ready for the show. It's been a good month. It's been a good month.
Isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a busy chat so far. 80 people tuned in. Get yourselves in the chat if you want to comment, guys. Go ahead. That would be great. Tonight we've got a load of stuff, like an unbelievable amount of new music. We've got prizes to give away. I've got some white labels to give away here and some announcements to make. I know our guest has some gifts to give away. Hardcore Beer have some gifts to give away. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Am I the only one that's not fucking Santa Claus?
Yeah, well, you're a bit Scroogey, mate.
I need a gift to give away.
You can give something away.
We're going to be doing some Dungeons and Dragons merch, so once we get that up, we'll start doing some giveaways.
Okay. Your background blur's a bit too intense there, Gregory.
Shall I unblur the background?
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's do that. In the
In
meantime, I'm going to say hello to a few people in the chat. Hey Cam, hey Talman, hey Manuel, hey Disors, hey Jared Smog, hey Miss Bones, hey Ant Tones, Jay Trussid, Butterfists, Sticks, Wide45, Madra. Going to play your tune in a bit, Madra. Hedvig, hey, Noise Disorder, Drastic, Marc Acardipane is in the chat. Wow. DJ
in the chat.
Carnage Core, hey buddy. Alex Jensen, I saw your comment and your message. Don't worry about it, bro. It's fine. Psychomentium, Misha. We've got a full house.
Everyone.
Nice. All right. Well, before we get going any further, I think we should bring on our guest because you know it's not just about us, Gregory, right?
Unfortunately.
Right. Introducing Marc Acardipane. Hey, buddy.
Hello, guys. Hey.
How you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Fantastic. Yeah.
Awesome.
But better for having you here. Better now you're actually well because you were pretty sick when we were supposed to have the show at the beginning of December, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. 39 degrees, and I had no voice anymore. It was terrible.
Oh,
that would have not have worked for the show. But you managed to be well enough to play at Thunderdome.
Yeah, with some antibiotica and some other medicaments.
Wicked.
So
And what
I
else
can
have you?
play and leave.
What else have you been up to over Christmas? Anything interesting?
Last Saturday, I played Old School Gangsters on tour. And then I went to my parents on Sunday for Christmas. On Monday, I go to Army of Hardcore
Yeah.
in Oberhausen. Tuesday, back to my parents. A few meetings. Now we are here together. I'm here in an office of friends. And tomorrow, I go to Brutality back in Holland to play.
Nice.
Where's
and
that?
then I go back to Hamburg. Near Uden.
Okay. no idea what that is. I'm just saying, okay.
You know where Harmony of Hardcore is.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's kind of there. Yeah.
cool. Yeah, gotcha.
Wicked. All right. Before we get going, quick word from our sponsors. The Oblivion Show is sponsored by Hardcore Beer. If you go to hardcorebeer.nl and enter Oblivion Show at checkout, you'll get yourself a discount. I've got my Hardcore Beer. This is the latest one, the triple threat, and I've actually got a Hardcore Beer t-shirt on as well. Look,
The merch is real.
I'm merched out, mate. The Oblivion Show is also sponsored by WeTweak, WeTweak.com, access and credits for members. We're also going to be running at some point very soon a WeTweak competition, giving away some free credits and like elite level passes. And they're going to be in our Discord asking for beta testers for their new software real soon. So if you're not in the Oblivion Discord and you're a producer and you want to get your hands on some cool new tech, get in there because it's definitely worthwhile. People are asking about your cap in the chat already, Mark. Is it a new one?
Yes, coming next year in April.
Oh,
I have another one here. 1 second.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So we got also that one here
Oh, I like the black one.
with the flat.
Of course you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
There's a lot
flat.
of new stuff coming. It's coming via 100% hardcore. We have
Oh, they're good guys over there. Bart's a good guy,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
everything. We have a lot of stuff coming.
Wicked.
So I didn't bring now. I could show you the catalog, but it's coming in April,
Nah,
so it's
just
too
the
early
tip,
now.
just
you know?
the tips
Exactly.
enough. Just give them enough now.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. So I'm going to go through the show format because there's probably a few new people in the chat. What we normally do is now we have a New Blood section where we review the music submissions of you, giving feedback. Following that, we'll do an interview with Mark, playing through his music, talking through some stories, etc., etc. Then after that, we have the What's Hot section where we play new and hot music from the scene. And then we've got a questions and answers at the end. So if you've got any questions, especially ones that you'd like to ask to three drunk idiots, because we probably will be three drunk idiots by the end, then get them in the chat. Additionally, don't forget to share the stream. Please, that would be really useful. And if you could like the stream as well on YouTube, if we get to 100 likes, we start doing shots. And we are doing it today. It's Christmas and we're getting fucked up. Okay? Right. So, without further ado, I think we should get on to our first section. That is the New Blood.
New Blood.
All right, first up today on the New Blood, we have Hydroxide with Operation Neutralization. Let's go.
Situation normal. Law and order has been restored. Neutralization. I'm glad that's over. Situation normal. Law and order has been restored. Little piece of quiet lost. A little piece of quiet lost. Situation normal.
start.
All right.
I like it.
I like that one. Yeah, a little bit about the artist. If I just bring this up here. Okay, this is DJ Hydroxide. I'm thrilled to be submitting my latest track along with the improved and mastered version of my previous track, Operation Neutralization, for considerment in your New Blood section. Your insightful feedback was instrumental in refining its sound, and I'm eager to seek your expertise once again. Thank you for this opportunity to showcase my work and receive your feedback. So this was submitted on the last show, and we gave him feedback. The last show was with Ophidian and ID, The Silence, and we gave some feedback, and he's gone away, he's worked on it, and he's come back, and I think it sounds pretty fucking good, actually. I'll go to you first, actually, Mark. What do you think?
Nice atmosphere.
Yeah.
For sure, there was some, I think, from the internet, some problems when I heard it. So I think it not belongs to the track.
Okay.
Reminds me a little bit on Ophidian style from the past.
Reminds me a little bit of Timon as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Had a really nice groove to it. The only thing, like, in my brain, I was thinking, I wish it had like a kind of like a notch or something going on the like on the kick drum, just to kind of like filter it as it was going on, just to give it a bit more movement. But I thought it was really good track, had really good atmosphere. Everything, the mix down sounded pretty solid. So yeah, I loved it. Really good stuff.
Yeah. Feedback in the chat. The Carnage course saying the tune feels right on every element for me. Miss Bones saying nice low frequency. Misha loving it. Sticks loving the drive, saying that they think the snare sounds a bit off, which was also commented on by Robert Imo. Yeah, and Hydroxide's in the chat. Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
congratulations.
nice work, man. Do more like that.
Do more. Keep it up. Fantastic stuff. Thank you.
Where is he from?
He is from. Let's take a look here. He'll probably tell me in the chat, actually. Where are you from, sir? I'm guessing Germany. Italy. Wow,
Italy.
I was well wrong. Okay, nearly. All right, wicked. I'm going to go to the next track.
Cool.
Next up, we have got Red Flag with Down. Let's do it. A little bit about the artist, first of all. Down is a new work in progress by Red Flag, a solo producer out of Ireland, but with his heart and mind somewhere in the gutters of Rotterdam. Well, we've all been there. I've been inspired a lot by hard techno and the down-tempo movement recently, and hard trance, which isn't as popular as it once was a decade ago. I think it's probably more popular now than it's been for a very, very long time, actually. I've gone and made a slower track, a slower BPM than usual, taking some of these elements and influences for feedback from previous New Blood submissions. I'm pretty happy with the kicks and overall arrangements, but I know there's still a lot of work to be done to get where it needs to be. I think it feels pretty generic, but there's some potential in there. It's a work in progress, but I'm looking for advice on where to take it and where to improve. Massive shout out and thanks to the Oblivion crew and Mark. Mark, I'm sure that none of us would be here without your work in the scene. So he's sending flowers. I thought that was great. I liked it. It was almost like acid trancey kind of techno-y vibes. I felt that the kick could have a lot more punch through there though. Mm-hmm. There was an EQ issue with the acid line, which was great, and the kick, which was making it sound a little bit muddy. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah. So there's some really nice ideas in there. I like what he was trying to do. That kind of like that whole kind of like nice journey vibe, kind of, you know, kind of the rolling acid lines and stuff like that. But yeah, the mix down needs a bit of work. It all sounds a little bit washy, I think. It's like there's nothing really kind of like sticking out. So yeah, it needs a bit of work on the mix down. But like the idea is quite nice. I like the kind of just like say that kind of gently undulating, moving kind of thing that's like, it's, you know, it's not got any kind of really big high points, you know, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just, you know, it kind of just moves through the track quite nicely. And sometimes you need tunes like that to kind of like, you know, to kind of like move your sets through from one place to another, you know, across the high points and low points. So, but yeah, I'd like to hear when it's had a bit more work on it, but I think there's just a bit more work on a mix down, I think, right now.
Mark, what do you think?
I think the acid line could be a lot more magnetic. So,
how do you mean magnetic?
Yeah, it's like random. You know, not negative. It's random. Could be everything. So, okay, the kick, punch. Yeah, this is things you can change right away. But I really like the vibe. I really like this vocal sample. It's really like 92.
Yeah.
But the acid line could be more. Yeah, we call it like magnetic, more impact, more.
Sure.
More druggy, you know?
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe
Maybe taking some elements out and tidying it up and allowing some of the stuff to breathe and be able to change elements in the mix is actually all that track needs. Maybe some silence.
Yeah, or like one.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
go
like
ahead.
like one great line, and then the rest will follow. You know, I see this also when I produce. In that moment where you have the right line, the right sound, the right loop, everything else fall together, and then you finish in 10 minutes. Yeah. Otherwise, if you make a little bit here, a little bit there, and then you stay there another 3 weeks, and it's still not good.
That's a really good point. I mean, yeah, I mean, what we could try doing is just kind of, you know, you build up or whatever, your intro and stuff like that, and just smack it into whatever it is, your kicks and one of those elements, and then build back up from there. But make that element really strong so it carries the whole tune. Yep. Whether that is a more magnetic 303 or whatever,
more druggy 303.
Yeah, but
something, yeah, you know, like this 10-inch, the tank, for example, it only said and in that moment you have the whole crowd, even the first time you play it in your life. Yeah, you know, that's what I mean with the great line.
Yeah, Yeah, and you're a master of that, dude. I mean, you've been doing that. You've been doing that your whole career, right? It's like as soon as you just hear that first thing, and that's like you know that tune, you know what it is, and you're
good hook.
You're away. Yeah.
Less is more sometimes.
Indeed, and maybe there's the lesson in that tune is to kind of think about what part of that tune can carry the rest of it, and strip it down to that one element and make that element the core of the track.
Don't think it's far off, dude, and I don't think you need to.
It's got a nice vibe. I mean, we're all saying it's definitely got a good vibe.
You're saying you don't know where to take it. I don't think you really need to take it anywhere. You just need to make it a bit more simple and let it breathe, and it'll do itself. So, great work. Curious to see how it goes. So, if you carry on with it or you finish it, send it in again. I'd love to listen to it, bro.
Yeah.
Well done, man. Next up, we have got another Ben with brilliantly named track 1. All right, a little bit about the producer. This is another Ben with track 1. He sent another track as well, which was track 2. I'll take this off. Okay, so we've got another Ben here. Another Ben, a producer from Normandy, France, passionate about techno and underground culture. I have been producing for a few years, initially using hardware exclusively before transitioning to software to meet quality standards we seek today. I've been playing in free parties for the past 5 years, and I'm enthusiastically pushing my journey in 2023. Love your work. We still play a lot of your new and old tracks around here. Cheers from France. So, Mark, over to you. What do you think?
Good elements, but the arrangement is really chaotic. My ears.
I thought so too.
So for me, like if I hear it, I already hear the finished track.
Yeah.
But it's not there yet. Because there's really good elements. I like the melody, but then the kick doesn't really fit to the melody. And it's a bit fast also. I think it could have more balls when it's a bit slower. Somebody mentioned here the Armageddon.
Somebody said it sounded like a bit like Armageddon Project, yeah?
Yeah. I just played Armageddon Project on Sunday Dome, but it's also slower, and when the kick comes in, it's like...
That last Armageddon Project thing was really cool. Really, really cool.
What did you think, Gregory?
Yeah, I think Mark's nailed it. I think there's a track there, and it's not quite there. I think the kick definitely needs work. It's not... it doesn't feel where it should be. and yeah, I think it's kind of interesting what Mark said about doing it like slower and giving it more power. You can definitely hear the kind of like the French kind of techno influence in there and stuff, the vibes. Yeah, and I think the sequencing, the structure is kind of that kind of more free flowing kind of French vibe, isn't it? But yeah, I think I would have preferred a kind of more of a like pulling more elements out, in and out and stuff like that, making more of an impact. But it had a nice vibe. There's some really nice sounds in there and stuff. I like the kind of like the kind of synth thing that was going through it as well. Yeah, there's some really, really good parts to it.
Yeah, I agree. Not sure if the artist is in the chat. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, great work, Ben. You can definitely hear the French Free Party kind of tech vibes in there for sure. General feedback, a little bit of work on the arrangement, I think, and less chaotic, but good stuff in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we've got Emulestic with Haunted by Evil. Let's go.
Emulestic.
Emulestic. Sorry, I misread that. My bad. Let's go. I got a bit of feedback off you then, Gregory. I caught you cheating. A little bit of information about Emulestic. Hello, guys.
Emulestic.
Oh, my God. I keep saying Emulestic.
Or is it Emulestic? do you remember Emule, that old torrent program that people used to use back in the day?
I do remember Emule. Okay.
Emule.
I'm going to get this right.
Emulestic.
Emulestic. I got it. Okay.
Emulestic.
Oh my God. I'm really messing. Emulestic. Okay. Hello there, guys. My name is Yuri, 36 years old. On a daily basis, working very dedicated as a scientist and becoming an assistant professor in the Erasmus Medical Centre, Rotterdam.
Wow, go on, lad.
Wow. I always got hooked on catchy melodies. Back in the days, 2000, these were the trance melodies. But when the back then Millennium Hardcore came up, Promo Player, Nosferatu, Endymion, Angerfist, it really took me over. It climaxes every bit of the sound, yet remains melodic. Simply like this style so much For the track I submitted, I borrowed vocals taken from one of my live sets, promo at Sensation Black. Okay, that's where the sample came from then. I was curious on that. I'm curious to get a view of semi-professional producers on the production quality and, of course, sound design and concept for the first time in my life. Because I'm not really into social media, I added a picture of my dog just in case you have nothing to fill the screen with. I didn't see that at all. Jay, why was the dog not in the pack? Come on, bro. That's throwing me.
I like his picture on SoundCloud. His knob's fallen off.
Oh,
he's got a spare knob.
God. Yeah, indeed. So, previous submission had a nasty glitch in the radio cut. If you'd like to... All right, okay, I'll forget that. Okay, so, Greg, what did you think?
I mean, it does exactly what he said it was going to do. It's a Millennium track. Yeah, it's... I mean, it's exactly that. It's a homage to kind of 2000s style Millennium. I mean, it could have done with maybe some more build-ups and stuff like that. So, I don't know. If you're going to do old stuff, I think, you know, you take advantage of, like, kind of modern techniques and, you know, kind of like the kind of more modern... tools that we got available to us, and really bring something to life rather than just trying to make almost like a parody of an old track. That's my personal preference.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked it. It was really good. It's kind of like sounded like it had just literally just jumped out of a mixtape from like 2002 or something. Yeah, I would personally. I think I'd add some kind of more modern, you know, kind of build-ups and stuff like that. You know, maybe fake drops and all that kind of jazz that kids do nowadays.
Nah, I didn't think it needed that at all.
But it's, you know, well, to add a kind of modern twist to a kind of old sound. Otherwise, it just sounds like it's, you know, it's kind of jumped straight out of 2002. It could be like a B-side of a, you know, an old record. But it was decently made. It had, like, the synths were there. It kind of had the drive, had the groove and everything like that you'd expect. So it was pretty well made.
Okay. Mark, what did you think?
Yeah, it's not really my style, but it got a good vibe, but the kick don't work for me.
I agree.
Yeah, because you cannot play it like that, even as a Millennium DJ. The lead sounds quite nice. But I think first put a new kick in and then go from there.
Yeah.
That would my advice.
Okay. Mark, could you raise your seat a little bit or lower your camera, one of the two? Because you kind of...
No.
That. Oh, no, not that way. Yeah, and... Yeah, that'll do. That's fine. Fine, thank you.
He's good. You're good.
That's fine. Okay, so I've got moderators telling me things to improve with the stream. It's just normal. Okay, great work. Anyway, keep up the fantastic work. And apparently we've got a picture of this dog in the chat somewhere. Jay, where have you posted the dog? Everyone wants to see it now. Hey Tigo, by the way, in the chat. Hey Francis Tripped, who just popped in to say hello. Hey brother. Francis. Merry Christmas to you, buddy. Jay, running out of time for the dog.
Let's go.
Yeah, moving on. LXD with Deformation. Let's go. All right. So a little bit about the artist. This is Alex, LXD. I'm 34 years old and I'm from Amsterdam, but now living in Scotland, Edinburgh. When I was a teenager, I fell in love with drum and bass, but at some point I got introduced to hardcore industrial, and that's triggered me to start producing and spinning records. Now I'm focused on the industrial hardcore and techno side of music. The Millennium era is definitely my favourite, so that's what inspires me the most in my own music. I'm happy to share you my new track, Deformation, but definitely have a listen to my track, Dead Behind the Lines 2. I guess that's here on his socials. If I take this off here. There we go. This is LXD. I thought that was really interesting, but I thought it lacked something. It felt like he was relying on some elements a little bit too much. It lacked a bit of character, in my opinion, anyway. Mark, what do you think?
The break is a bump. But everything before and after, I would take the break, the melody, really, really good, and then go from there. Mm-hmm. Because after the kick comes, but you expect now comes the climax, but it's not coming. Mm. In my opinion, you know, the kick in the beginning sounds cool, but the melody together with the kick, it's maybe complicated because the melody is also really distorted and the kick is really distorted. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was a lot of noise going on.
But the break, I really like that lead sound or whatever it is. I really like that one.
Yeah.
I get goosebumps here, and this is always a good sign.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So from all the tracks, that melody was for me the best.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was a standout melody. It was really, really nice.
Yeah.
The structurally it needed a bit of work. There was some, like you say, it didn't feel like it kicked properly. It was like I enjoyed the variation. There was lots of different stuff going on, but there needs to be a bit more control in there and needs to be kind of really thought about moving through those sections to get the most impact, I think. There's definitely a bit of work to do, but some great ideas, and that synth was really good. Really nice track.
A few people in the chat saying that could do with some filtering and some improvements for the switch ups. People asking for breaks and snares, but I think that's a choice thing more than anything.
The snare police.
Yes, the snare police. Yeah, for sure.
I
need to get my snare police emoji out now. There we go, snare police. But again, solid. Thanks, Alex. And I think this has since been signed. Actually, he was concerned that we wouldn't play it if it had been signed to a label. It's been signed since he submitted it. It's fine, man.
Cool. No well done to him. Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations. Okay, next up we have got, and for the people, sorry, I need to address something. A couple of people came into the chat saying, talk about PCP, talk about blah, blah, blah. We will be doing the Mark's interview section after this section. I have 4 more tracks to play in the New Blood section, and then we have quite some time talking to and about Mark. So, yeah, bear with us, guys. Thanks. Next up, we've got Cause of Death, No Heroes.
The unwritten purge rule. Don't save lives. Tonight we take lives. We make things manageable for us. Fortunately, the citizens aren't killing enough.
cause of death, a little bit about the artist. My real name is Guy. I understand that might seem unusual to be called Guy in English, but in Hebrew, it carries a completely different meaning. I wasn't expecting that factoid at the start. I'm a 27-year-old producer hailing from Israel, producing mostly industrial hardcore, crossbreed, drum and bass, and dubstep. I embarked upon my journey as a music producer when I was a teenager, 13 years ago, but it was mostly a hobby, nothing too professional. Following my discharge from military service at the age of 22, I was diagnosed with combat-related PTSD and officially recognised as a war veteran. This period marked a challenging... period marked a challenging and obscure phase in my life, characterised by overwhelming negative emotions and anger. Channeling these feelings in a constructive manner without causing harm to anyone, I delved into the art of music production. Fair enough. My affinity for industrial hardcore was already well established, and I decided to pursue this genre as it provided me with a safe outlet to express my emotions. Additionally, due to my deep appreciation for metal music, particularly nu metal and NY hardcore, I aim to blend the intensity of hardcore with the richness of metal. Inspired by the video game Doom Eternal, I sought to amalgamate all these elements within the realm of industrial hardcore. My inspirations included artists such as Mick Gordon, and within the industrial hardcore scene, I hold deep appreciation for Ophidian, Outside Agency, Jipe, Iridium, E-Dub, and many others. Okay, thoughts, gentlemen?
I
Greg?
think it was interesting,
Oh,
different.
Mark. Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I think it was different, interesting,
Yeah.
and I would like to hear the finished version later. Even the kick sounds pretty good on my headphone here.
Yeah. I think
It's
it was
very,
made...
very different, so I like it.
Yeah,
think it was
definitely stands out from the other tracks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was missing a bit of bottom end, I think.
Yeah, could do a bit of work on the mix down and stuff like that. But there's some really nice elements in there. I loved all the guitar and all the metal influence and stuff like that. Yeah, made it feel very, very a little bit different, bit of unusual. He's doing his own thing. Yeah, and the technical stuff will come, right? It's about kind of wanting to do something that sounds a little bit different. He's trying to find his own sound and stuff like that. Then technical stuff will come. You'll just get better. You keep doing it. So I liked it.
Yeah, it's nice to see that he's channeling his energy into this as well.
Man, I mean, this is probably not the conversation for this now, but I mean, I can't imagine being forced to do, kind of like, to join the army, the national service and stuff like that, and having to go through some of that stuff and having no choice. Countries like South Korea and stuff where conscription is mandatory, in Israel where you have no choice, you have to join.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine. What that must do to you mentally for some of these guys and their kids when they go into it. It's crazy. Yeah. But at least he's, like you say, he's doing something positive. He's channeling that stuff and kind of turning it into creativity, which is to be applauded, I think.
Yeah, good stuff, Guy. Bit of work on your mix downs, but keep coming with the tracks. We like to hear them, and it's nice to see you expressing yourself like this. Respect. Next up, we have got Holly with Obscure Entity. Let's go.
Forget your inhumane reality. There's no need to exist outside. No need to wake from this living dream. In here, you can let me sleep. Obscure. Obscure.
All right. Sorry, I got pizza in my mouth. Nice one from Holly.
So that's not the Holly, obviously, is it? It's not the same Holly that records on Monster Cat and Vision and all that, and it's not DJ Ride's brother. It's not Miguel from Portugal, is it?
I don't think so, and I don't have any bio information from this artist. All I know is that the artist, he or she, they release on on prototypes.
Okay.
I don't know any more. And Matt Nagasaki's
Yeah.
in the chat, so he might be able to tell us a little bit more information. I noticed that Holly is from Japan. I noticed that whenever they do a release with this person, there's no tag or anything, so there isn't any online persona at all. Japanese artist. Okay.
Anyway, names aside.
Yeah.
It was a nice track. There was like kind of a lot going on, nice little melodies, like lots of edits. Obviously spent a lot of time, kind of chopping everything up and putting it together. Mixdown sounded nice. I kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to change their name because obviously Holly is Holly and that's DJ Ride's brother and is releasing on like massive labels. So, probably needs whatever. Just put another letter on. Cholly, Holly P, something.
Holly P. Holly D. Oh, no, it's taken, isn't it? Yeah. What did you think, Mark?
Yeah, well done, well done.
Yeah.
It's not so my style, so hard to say something about the music style. So, but it sounds pretty good on the headphone.
Somebody in the chat suggesting they change their name to Holy Shit. Fucking hell, guys. He got solid stuff on aggression and prototypes, really interesting, industrial breakcore. Yeah. Okay. Nice one. Not a lot more to say. Don't have a bio, so please next time if you're going to submit, put a bio on there. Thanks. And for those waiting for the Mark stuff, 2 more tracks and we're going to the interview section, I promise. Next up, Warklo with Apocolypse 2042 VIP. All right. This one reminded me a little bit of one of your old tracks. I just Googled it, actually.
It's the same break. I used that break years ago.
Ascendus Averum that you did with Tox on
Avernum,
Social
yeah.
Pars.
Yeah. I
And
think it was the same break.
it reminded me of a mixture of... have you guys' cameras frozen?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you
Maybe.
seem to have frozen.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah.
There we go, fixed. It reminded me of that, and it also reminded me of a track by ENZYME-X called Kedaguru on ENZYME-X. But I liked it a lot. The atmosphere in there was great. The kick wasn't too forced. The breakdowns were good. Yeah. What did you think,
I'm
guys?
still frozen.
I can hear you. Please go ahead. Greg? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I really liked it. It was a kind of like a real kind of minimal progressive kind of hardcore vibe, like early death chanty Rebel Scum type thing. Yeah, very, very subdued, very minimal, like nice kind of atmospheric elements, almost like ambient hardcore, if you can call it anything. But yeah, I really liked it. Really liked it.
What do you think, Mark?
I like the vibe.
Yeah, nice atmosphere. Only the mix sounds a little bit washed, but
Yeah. It's very, very kind of flat, but that kind of suits the kind of dreaminess of the track. It's like,
Yes,
it's almost
yeah,
like
true.
it doesn't want to be like up front and in your face. It's kind of just like, yeah.
it sounded a bit like I'm on a rave in a big hall and I'm in the next room.
Yeah.
But really close
yeah.
to the next room, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the reverbs, really cool.
A little bit about the artist. Just bring that up here. 1 second. That frozen camera's thrown me off a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
I'm trying to find where this bloody thing is. 1 second, please. Excuse me. Oh, it's here. Okay. A little bit about the artist. I missed the Dread remix competition, so I had to put out a track before the end of the world or the end of the year, made with Bitwig Studio 5.1, P-Tal pigments but no mastering. Cheers. I'm a producer from southwest of France, inspired by Manu Lamala, DJ producer, Hellfish, Dormouse, Low Entropy, Death Machine, and The Outside
I
Agency.
love his profile pic, man. That's well good.
Yeah, it's good. You're still stuck on here. I'm going to try and
Yeah,
fix
you've frozen
this. I haven't frozen you. Excuse me while I go full screen on Greg. Let's see if I can fix this. Excuse me, chat. We go wicked. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Little bit of a technical malfunction.
That'd be pretty cool if Frank ID suddenly joined
If he
us.
just popped up. Right, fixed. I have the technology. Right, last up on the New Blood section before we go to Mark, we have got Noizequake with Wilted Beauty at 350 BPMs. Let's go.
All the BPMs.
Right. Little bit about the artist. Noizequake, I am just a random Wiener Schnitzel loving dude from Austria. 25 years old that loves creating loud music, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. I've been attending raves for a long time now and started making stupid meme stuff, but also more serious stuff in 2018. Sometimes more active, sometimes less. I just enjoy when people listen to my stuff, but I also want to get better and get feedback from other people. My biggest inspirations in music are Ophidian, Embryonic, Neurocore, Micron, and Metaraf. All right. I quite like that. I felt like it was missing something. A few people shouted Gabberfront Berlin in the chat. I think that was a fair shout. What do you think, Mark?
Nice atmosphere too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to listen to.
Yeah.
For sure about the mix, I cannot say something. There's always a problem when I hear the tracks. I don't know. They're going away. I don't know what it is. Is it the internet connection or...
Oh, okay.
So they go and come.
Yeah, I noticed that on the headphones.
You have
as
this
well.
also?
Yeah.
I thought my connection is wrong. I'm always checking here the cable all the time.
So I
Okay.
listened through the on the stream through my studio speakers
okay.
rather than listening on the headphones. So it wasn't doing it on that, but through my headphones, I realized it was I thought it was just my headset was just washing out a little bit. So if you're
I
hearing
thought
the
so
same thing,
too.
that must have been
Yeah, it sounds sometimes that the whole track goes into a reverb and then it comes back.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Must be.
But it's
it
not
must
when
be.
we talk.
Okay.
But that's why I can say the atmosphere I really like. So it's a nice vibe. Maybe the arrangement is a little bit, you know. But good vibe, really druggy.
Yeah.
I like that.
I've turned the input into zoom down, so it might stop it from clipping and dipping it. It might be
maybe.
doing that. I've done that. Okay. Greg, what did you think?
Yeah, nice kind of Chris Neurocore vibes. Shout out to Chris, by the way. He played a great set at Excel as well.
Yeah.
Obviously big influence in that track. Some really nice elements in there. The mix definitely needed a little bit of work. It's like I really like the kind of the atmospheres, the synths and stuff like that, but they kind of like stuck out way too much from the kick, and then there was like a snare sound that came in, and it just felt like it was very obviously kind of like plonked on top. Like just kind of like it didn't feel like it sat into the mix, and maybe sometimes a bit of reverb or whatever would just kind of sit things in a bit better. Bit of track space and bit of side chaining and things like that, just to make everything kind of sit where it needs to be. It all felt a bit like just like very obvious layers on top of each other that needed smoothing out. But yeah, other than that, it was kind of like a interesting track, some really nice elements to it. Yeah, I liked it. And 700 BPM.
Awesome stuff. Well, that concludes this edition of The New Blood. Thank you to everyone for submitting.
Yeah, well done.
If you didn't get on The New Blood this time and you submitted, I'm sorry, we've only got a certain amount of space for people. Please keep submitting. Also, people who have recently had a release on the remix competition and you've submitted tracks, it's not fair for me to be putting your tracks into The New Blood this soon when you've just won a competition with us. So that's why your tracks might not feature on this episode. So sorry about that. If anybody else wants to enter The New Blood, then keep an eye out on our socials for the next show and when we open The New Blood again. Okay, next up we're going to talk everything Mark. But first, I'm going to do some propaganda. So if you guys want to go for a break or refreshments or whatever, now's the time, because I'm going to talk about the Oblivion show itself and the community. I'm not sure if everybody's here is aware yet of the Oblivion Show community or what we do. But we have, as well as the show, we also have a community behind the channel, and we also have a membership scheme associated to the channel. Now, this is completely optional. The Oblivion Show is never going to be pay to watch, but if you want to support the show in some way, then you can. You can do it from as little as $1.99 per month, and in return for that, we give you some things as a thank you. Obviously, first of all, you get loyalty badges next to your name. You may see some people in the chat that have a red badge next to them, or a white badge, or a green badge. Those badges are because they have been a member for a certain amount of time. The red badge is the highest ranking one. So people in the red chat, they're our longest members. If you get the $1.99 a month, you get 5% discount permanently at oblivionunderground.com. You get shout outs more frequently because we can see your name in the chat. Access to special areas in our Discord community, which I'll talk about, and member ranks within Discord too. If you want to support us a little bit more, we have a tier 2. With the tier 2, you get free Oblivion Underground digital releases. So if you're already somebody who buys the Oblivion releases, then, you know, if you join the membership level 2, you get that free. So it's kind of a trade-off. Priority for merchandise drops. When we drop our limited edition merchandise and vinyl, I'm going to be talking about vinyl in a little while. But when we release them, we always tell our members first so that they can secure them. A lot of our stuff disappears, sells out super quick. So, yeah, that's what you get with that. And members-only live chats. Occasionally we have members-only chats within Discord, and we intend to have some members-only chats on YouTube at some point. But remember, the Oblivion show itself will always be public and free with no charge. Thank you and big up to Madra and Drastic, who have been members for 17 months and has just upgraded to tier 2. Respect. Tier 3 is our kind of god tier. For $9.99 a month, you get regular vouchers and discount codes at Oblivion Underground and Hardcore Beer. You get added to the Oblivion promo list, so when artists get our Oblivion releases in advance of the public, you get it too, and you can play it on your podcasts, whatever, so you get advanced promo. Entry into community competitions, some members-only videos, and priority reply to comments because we see you in the chat. A little bit about the Discord, because I talked about that recently. As you can see, that's the dog of one of our submitters from the New Blood. But as you can see, this is our community here in Discord, and there's lots of different things to this. Think about it like Skype meets MSN meets message boards meets IRC, etc. There's different channels for chatting, for a members-only section, people who are members of the show, as I spoke about before. Chat specifically about the show. And we have creative zones here with production, so people are sharing production tips or plugins that they've seen for cheap, etc. DJing tips, gaming, people sharing tips about graphic design and things that they're creating, video design, streaming. For example, if you wanted to know something about streaming, you could ask a question in there. I would be happy to help you with what knowledge I have for that. And then we have like a link sharing bit, so people sharing their tracks in here, sharing their DJ sets in here, live streams, talking about movies, series, memes, a bit of everything. It's a nice break away from the usual bullshittery of social media, and it means that you can not get flooded with things that you don't want to see. If you just want to go into the chat and talk, then you can, and we can all look at people's dogs together. I'll give that a little love. So that's our community. That's how you can get involved. If you want to, please do. If you don't, then I completely understand.
Good show.
And I'm back. Oh, what have you got, Mark? Is it a tea?
No, it's office
Glühwein.
coffee. Office coffee.
An office? What's an office coffee? Is it a special kind of coffee?
I only like espresso, but they have here only like a normal coffee machine, what they used to drink in the offices, so I call it the office coffee.
Okay.
Or the gas station coffee.
Shit coffee. Yeah.
The gas station coffee.
Life's too short for shit coffee, but needs must, right?
But it tastes not too bad.
That's good. Shout out to Bioseed, going tier 2. Respect. Okay. Awesome. It's time to talk about you, Mark. Yeah. So you've had a very long and illustrious career across various Alias, various record labels. So what I normally do here is I go, let's go back to the beginning. So, classic. What got you into music? What were your out of school or in school or as a youth, a child? What actually got you motivated to get involved in music?
Actually, AC/DC.
Hey.
So I started learning the guitar when I was 8. Was classic guitar for 10 years, and I think when I was 14 or something, I also go for electronic guitar lessons from a really bad punk band from Frankfurt. Bad in a good way, yeah, bad in a good way. Yeah. So this band was the first band BANNED album in Germany.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why did it get banned?
Yeah, because of the lyrics.
Oh. Dare I ask? Should we swerve that one?
I mean, I was on the Back in Black tour when I was 11. So...
Wow.
And and so I was playing in a band, and then but this electronic guitar teacher, so he had an 808, an MS-10 or 20, I don't remember. He got an 8-tape machine and all that stuff. So and I think if I didn't saw that with him, my career would be different today. Mm-hmm. So he brings me to that stuff. So I bought my first 808 when I was 14.
Wow.
So I also played in a band. 14. When I'm now 35.
Me too, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay.
So, and meanwhile, I also play in a band. But then, you know, if you play in a band, it's hard to find 3, 4, 5 members who go the way with you, you know. So in electronic music, you only need the machines and yourself. Mm-hmm. So I go more and more to that. And when I was 18, I quit the band and started working as a waiter in a club. And there I met Thorsten from PCP.
Okay.
I met him and we make PCP, better like this. And we worked there for like 2 years. And then we start PCP in 89. Actually, in December 89. Mm-hmm. We had the first release there.
What were you listening to around then, around 88, 89? Because it was like that was the start of the kind of the acid house and all the kind of like the rave. You know,
acid was actually already finished, huh?
No, well, in the UK and certainly a lot across Europe, 88 was the kind of summer of acid. That was the kind of summer of acid house that really blew up. Yeah, so what were you listening to around then, around kind of 88, 89?
Front 242, KLINIK.
Yeah.
Nights Are Up.
Yep.
Kind of that. So.
Yeah.
I've actually got a track that you sent the KLINIK to give some context, and I checked that we're not going to get pulled from YouTube with it, so we can play it. So I'll play a little bit, and it'll paint the picture a little bit, and then we can develop the conversation a bit more. Okay, this is the KLINIK with Plague. All right, so let's paint the
Nice.
picture a
I
little
saw
bit.
him live.
Okay, I will keep it running in the background. Greg, could you turn your speakers off, please?
Yep.
Thank you. So yeah, so go ahead, Mark. So it's 87. Well, it's 89 now. You've started PCP with Thorsten.
Yeah, I mean, at that time there was no techno scene. There was also no parties. So we press the record, driving around. You give some records to the record store, like 10. A week later, you ask how much they sold. They sold 2. They give you the money for 2. We drove to Holland with a big bus, trying to get hold there. If you don't have the money, we sleep on the beach, stuff like that. And then we start to play support, like for 9 Inch Nails or KF MDM.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because there was no techno parties, you know. This
Yeah.
whole techno
Yeah,
party
yeah.
starts in 91, I think. So, but there was nothing to play, and we play on different parties. Because like before, in the beginning, we play a lot of in hip-hop battles. But we're not really fit in there. They all thought we were crazy, you know. So it was fast breakbeats, techno sounds, some rap, but doesn't work really.
So what led you to like actually starting the label? You just wanted to do your own thing, and there was nowhere else to
Exactly.
press them out, yeah, to get it pressed. So you're
Yeah.
like, okay. And did Thorsten kind of did he give you the kind of inspiration to let's get this stuff pressed, or was it like you needed to do it together? Or
No,
was
we
it-
did together. Yeah, so
Yeah.
we met in the club, and we found out we liked the same music. He played me actually a lot of stuff that I didn't know, so it's also a lot of influence. Then we say, yeah, let's do a label. So
Nice.
his part was the distribution, the label work, the names. Most of the names is from Thorsten. He's a genius in that. My part was the music and getting around later with the artists, you know, because artists can better talk to artists.
Yeah.
So later on, when we start PCD, he was more doing the distribution.
Yeah.
And when then the first things come from, I don't know, it was a lot from Belgium, because I think Belgium is completely underrated today. There was so much good music from Belgium,
Oh my
but most
God,
people
yeah.
not talking about that.
1990, like, yeah, the some music coming out of Belgium was like, there was, I can't remember, like Frank de Wolf and all those guys.
Yeah.
And they were just like, wow. And it was like music from another world when I was listening to this stuff, because it was like so different to the UK scene stuff.
Yeah.
It was so much harder, so much more aggressive, so much darker. And it was like really, I loved it. Really, really cool vibes.
Yeah, we went there a lot. We visited the Boccaccio a lot. I don't know if you guys remember that one.
No.
This club opened Friday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday they play like kind of commercial, and then on the night from Saturday to Sunday they start with techno, and it goes until Monday morning. If you want to enter the club, it was like you cross a border. There was so much police,
Wow.
you know. And at that time, if the police get you with one ecstasy pill, you go to prison for 2 years.
2 years? Wow.
Yeah, they had a big problem there. Not because of that people die on the drugs. The most problem was that they die on the way home on the highway with the car.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of accidents. So there was always these big signs on the highway in Belgium: don't take drugs and drive. So now today is don't drink and drive. But at that time, it was more like that. But I remember that because we know the DJ there. He was one of the guys from Mackenzie Records.
Yeah.
And they don't play the record longer than 1.5 minutes. So it was only the break and the drop.
Right.
A little bit like David Guetta today.
Right, like I was gonna say, like every drum and bass DJ now. Those guys like play 30 seconds of a track now, and they're on to the next tune. It's crazy. Yeah.
So like if you go home Monday afternoon, the big hits you have in your head, you know, you're not gonna forget them.
There we go. So it says on Discogs here that a couple of years later you took control of your distribution as well, since your distributors. And then you also had a record store as well, right? No Mercy
Yes.
Records.
Yes.
Oh. And so how was the label received early days then?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, you had a lot of the reason that you started the label and then the distribution, etc., was because you'd had a lot of things rejected or no response back from labels, etc. How did it go?
No, we
when you
never
launched
sent
the
anything. We never sent anything to a label.
Oh,
So
okay.
we launched the label. It works good, especially the Mescalinum United. And then really soon, Alex Azzari from AMV Distribution contact us, ask us, do you want to join? We say yes.
Okay.
So then we were there. It was, RNS was there, +8 was there, everybody. So it was really cool. But then one day, not too long later, they go bankrupt. Then we go to Discomania, but not really long. And at Discomania, we don't like it. And then we thought, okay, we have to start our own distribution. And then we had this record store. What was the name of the record store in Frankfurt? Delirium. But
yeah,
they're forced to sell the people the stuff they want to sell. So we thought, okay, we need also a record store.
Yeah.
Because hardcore was not really loved. From the people, yes, but not from the community or like not community, from the shops, from the clubs, from the other big DJs. So they try to play or teach the people to listen to their sound. It's a little bit different than today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because today most DJs are service providers,
That's a nice thing for it.
I love that word. I love that word. Yeah.
And so how were because we're a little bit before the big explosion happened in 1990, which we'll come to, but how were you getting gigs at this time, or was it just about making the music and putting it out? Were you performing? What was the dynamic? How did you see yourself?
Yeah, we did the music, and of course we want to play. I don't know where we actually get the gigs from, but people contact us. I don't know. There was not so much gigs like today, of course.
Yeah.
What were your first shows? Were you doing shows as Mescalinum United at first, or were you...
No, never.
Okay.
No, okay. It was always like, I think it had been FBI, Freebase International. So this was the group. But actually there was only one record. And a lot of tracks we played, we never really released. The same, like if you see the PCP in Leipzig, is also the one video I showed, I put in the email.
I've got it. Yeah.
This was the first time we played Slave to Rave, but there's also a lot of tracks we never really play. We never really released, sorry.
Oh, in 95 that was, right. Okay, yeah.
Exactly.
The gig, yeah. Okay.
So I don't know. I think it's about the records that people contact us to play that shows. I don't know. Also with 9 Inch Nails. It was really funny because I have a video from that. And when we entered the stage, there was 800 people and they all show us the middle finger.
Right.
And after 10, 15 minutes, they start to like us and then they come on stage, jump into the people. And later I talked to the singer from 9 Inch Nails. And I say, man, they show us the middle finger. And he say, man, last week we played support for Rolling Stones. We had 90 minutes, the middle finger.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but you learn a lot, because it's different if you play a concert than in a party. Because there's nobody. We also do a lot of own parties. In the Cookies, the club we used to work, they have always Monday the shows. There was playing groups also like Front 2 for 2, like Leibach and a lot of big bands. It was a really small club. So we organized like PCP nights with our artists and stuff. If you see the PCP in Cookies, I don't know, it is also on YouTube. So, but this was kind of futuristic, breakbeat, techno.
So how old were you? Were you like, what, 20 at this point? Is this like
20, 21, yeah.
Crazy, isn't it? Thinking back, like kids doing this shit. We were like, yeah. So you always played under your current name as Marc Acardipane?
No, no, never. Only written by was always Acardipane.
Okay,
but playing, no. That was a little bit stupid, If you,
I think you've got the award for the most Alias. and interestingly enough, the most drug-related Alias, which is something I was going to ask you about as well. You clearly did a lot of experimentation back in the day. It was, see that through a lot of your names and track titles, etc.
As the mover, I play in the beginning of the 90s, sometimes in Rome. And in London, actually. I played it with Richard, Affix Twin. But a little bit later. We became friends and...
He actually remixed you in the end, right?
Yeah.
Twice. The same track.
Twice, yeah.
yeah. Wow, that's quite something. I guess that brings us up to 1990 and the big turning point, 1990, 1991. I say 1990, 1991 because the big track and the big turning point that we talk about, obviously, is We Have Arrived, which many people consider to be the beginning of hardcore techno. And it's also at the same time, or around the same time, that you met Lenny. And the track was released on your label and also licensed to Industrial Strength and became Industrial Strength 1, the start of Industrial Strength and the start of hardcore techno. But before we start talking about Lenny and your meeting Lenny, etc., the track was made the year before you met Lenny in 1990. And I want to just talk a little bit about it. First of all, what was the inspiration behind it? And yeah, let's just start with that. What was the inspiration?
Actually, I only do a track like all the time. I just told the guys here the story. So, and I had these old Roland mixer which have no headroom. For people who don't know what is headroom, if you press more and more sounds in to the master channel, it gets distorted. So, and usually you go down because it sounds really washed and fucked up. So, but in this case, I don't know, it all go really together. And then I thought, wow, that sounds great like it is. In that moment, the sun comes up and shine directly in my face. And it felt like 30 degrees in my face. And I thought, okay, that's the one. And then the first time I play it live, at the sound check, the engineer came and said, man, you fuck up my OPA, because he didn't know that the track is distorted.
So it was actually a happy mistake, an accidental feedback loop.
Like a lot of tracks. The B-side also, the Reflections of 2017.
Yeah.
It was actually a melody, but then, I don't know, when you work with MIDI, sometimes, I don't know, it start to hang the note, and then it plays some bullshit, and then I keep running it, and later I edit it with the tape. Actually, Ramin did it. He's really good in that. You know Ramin? Brain Ticket.
No, I do not.
He was the tape machine master.
Okay.
Also, We Have Arrived, all the reverse cuts.
So that's literally just cutting a bit of the tape, reversing it and putting it back in the tape and playing it back and resampling.
Not really, because let's take We Have Arrived. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what you have to do first, the sound is coming, and then you have to have like 8 kick drums without anything, and you cut them out and reverse before, because otherwise you will hear the reverb of the first kick.
Okay. Yeah.
From the lead sound. And this you have to calculate before if you work with tape.
That's a pain in the ass to do now, isn't it?
It's really a pain.
And are you still replicating that now in your modern production?
No. I do this digitally now.
No, I mean still recreating that particular effect. But
if you want to have that effect, because then it sucks all down. When We Have Arrived, the first kick comes in, all the reverbs from the leads and stuff are gone. Today you would do this by mute the channels. Mm-hmm. Or you record the reverb and cut it up. Mm-hmm. But back in the days, you cannot do that. Yeah, there was no mute automation or...
there's no automation at all, is there? Yeah.
There was not even audio, so...
Yeah, you had to write down all your settings, didn't you? Just like pads and pads of Yeah.
Okay, well, let's play the track, and then I've got some further follow-up questions. This is Mescalinum United. We Have Arrived. awesome stuff. We have arrived, considered widely to be the start of hardcore techno. I wanted to read something that I read on Discogs today from Frankie, that DJ Frankie Bones wrote on this track in 2008. In retrospect, Marc Acardipane was one of the best producers of the early 90s. His sound always belonged to him and him only. He layered his sounds with darkness. The beats were relentless. They held back from nobody, consuming everything in its path. We built our scene in Brooklyn underground from tracks like this, music made for large spaces. It was EPs like this that made sense in an old warehouse where people and sound would meet, and those warehouses sometimes were vacant for decades. Tracks like this did not sit well with most people that were playing house music, way too abrasive, loud and gritty. But the more people that heard these records in that setting knew that these records were made for just that. These became timeless tracks. To think that Acardipane was thinking about recording this 15 years ago is sheer proof that the man was thinking for the future, because if it sounds like this in 2008, I'm sure it will sound like this way into 2017. Mark, yes, we see you in 2017 for sure. For Frankie Bones to write that on Discogs,
beautiful words, man.
Yeah, really, really beautiful. I had to read that out. Yeah, absolutely landmark. Somebody wrote in the chat, is it even an interview with Mark if this track doesn't get played? I bet you're almost sick of hearing it, right? So this came out. You released it first on your label,
Yes.
and then shortly after, like a year later, Lenny heard it after you rescued him from outside a club that you've been playing at in the rain. Because I had Lenny on, I interviewed Lenny and we talked about this quite a lot. And I watched the interview today and I was really in hysterics laughing because he's, you know how he is telling stories. But I wanted to get your take on how that interaction works, because, you know, I'd like to hear both sides of the story. Could you give us like a rundown on it? Again, I'm sorry that you have to repeat this story, but
No, it's no
I really
problem.
want to hear it.
Okay, so there was Thorsten's ex-girlfriend birthday party in the Plastic Club. And Lenny was playing there, but we didn't know each other. Yeah, I only saw him there later when we get in. So when you get into that club, because especially on this birthday party, you get a drink. And in that drink, there was 4 ecstasies.
Wow.
So we were all really high, you know? So, okay. And later we go in the cookies. This is why we're also the first time I talked to Sven Fate, because we end up in the restaurant of the club. And I say to him, man, you're a great DJ, but your production sucks. Yeah, because he is doing the music.
I used to love that dude. I mean, he was one of my DJ heroes. Like,
But like, he produced his music with the guy in the day, you know, who normally comes from rock music, and that's how it sounds. So it was zero techno. And I say, if you want to do real techno, you come to my studio.
Is this Sven Vath, yeah?
Yeah. One week later, he was in my studio. So
Okay.
and then we go, and outside was rain. We get into the car, and then we see Lenny sitting with the other guy, and the other guy was from also a big group from England. The guy later was the second engineer of the Prodigy album Firestarter, together with Trevor Horn. So I say to Thorsten, this is not the guy who was DJing on the party. And he say, yeah. So I went there and say, what are you guys doing here? And they say, yeah, nobody tell us where's the hotel. So I say, okay, we cannot leave them here, you know, they're from New York, and okay, come to our house. And then Lenny saw the studio, and he said, oh, can you play me something? And I play him We Have Arrived, and I don't know how many hours he listened to that track.
I think
Really?
he said 8 to me, 8 or 6 when I interviewed him. And I can imagine Lenny sitting there as well, just like loving life. Wow.
And his friend was there kind of at the wall, and then he fall asleep, and because he told me that later when I met him, I didn't remember. He fall in all our clothes, you know, which was lying there on the ground. So when he was wake up, it was cool guy. Yeah, and then and then we did the deal later on, and then he released it there. So
I think from what I understand, it was a big thing for you getting music out of Germany, out of Europe, even into the States. That was like a super big thing for you, like a game changer. So
around I don't know, around 2006, 7, 8, when YouTube come, I found out that Cyborg Unknown was a big hit in Detroit in the beginning of the 90s, which we had no idea because there was no internet, you know.
Yeah.
And so was the same with Lenny. To get access to America or even to England, it was not so easy. So you needed someone there who helped you. And America was far away. So in England, we had a few people, so we play a few times, but never a lot.
Yeah.
And especially America also not.
So I can see from the kind of like you come from a kind of a background where you've got a lot of bands and you've come up through kind of, and I can imagine the idea of like releasing in the US must have been, that's a dream, right? If you kind of like,
Not really.
okay,
For us was okay, but it was not like a dream, no.
okay,
Because I see it like this: you have first be big in your own country, or first in your city,
yeah,
and in the country, and then later, yeah. Of course, I mean, every artist dreamed to play once the Madison Square Garden. I still want to play there.
Don't we all?
You'll have to get in Skrillex's next trio.
Yeah.
With Fortet, Skrillex, and Mark.
yeah.
But we not really expect something from it. I mean, Lenny had more from this combination than us, because he played a lot in Germany then. You know?
Yeah.
Because we also show him, like a lot of records. You know, in America, there was a different sound, like here. So his coming out was the Mayday. And on the Mayday, it's also a funny story. On the Mayday, the record case he had was the Inferno Brothers, Thorsten and mine record case, not his own. Because he showed me the records. I say, man, you cannot play this here. You have to play this, and this, and that. And it was so funny because even Sven and then also Tane, they all came and look what this American DJ play. I say, man, this is all the white labels I already sent you from PCP. But if they're from Germany, it's not so interested like if it's from America.
Yeah.
It's different than in Holland, you know. Maybe we come to that later, you know, like only a little thing. Like when I get the award for Slave to the Rave in Holland for Rave Hit of the Year, I was not even invited to get my award. So they first wait until you deserve to be there, you know? This is a big difference.
Yeah.
Later on, nowadays, I'm in every Dutch dance book as the only not Dutch person. You know?
How did it change things for you at that time, though?
Who?
For you, for this release, how did it change it in terms of, did you start playing more shows? Because you said before you weren't really doing many shows or whatever. Were you traveling more? Were you booked more? Or was there more interest on you? Or how did it go?
Good one. And nobody ever asked me that. I don't think it was about that track. The first track where we get booked a lot was 9 is a Classic. Because this was also hit of the year in Germany, voted by all the DJs. I think we have arrived. Yeah, it was later. I think we have arrived nowadays is bigger than it was in '91 when it came out. So a lot of our tracks take a lot of time.
So do you think it's fair to say that whilst it didn't impact you directly and immediately from a bookings point of view, it was more of a landmark because it cemented that you'd found your sound, you'd found your feet on a particular style, and you were going to go in that direction now, as opposed to some of your early stuff which was a bit more electro, a bit more experimental. You kind of went, this is where we go now, and thus the title of the track. There's a couple of assumptions there. Please correct me if I'm jumping too fast.
Every day is a new day, and every day is a different feeling. That's why I have so many alias. You know, I cannot say tomorrow I go in the studio and do a new Mescalinum United. Because maybe tomorrow I wake up, there's sunshine, and I'm a happy boy, and I do another track, you know.
Yeah.
So, because otherwise we would only go that way. But think about, I would only do industrial hard techno from '91 until today.
Yeah.
as an artist, you always like to be open. That's because of the Alias. You know, and also at that time, think about I had released, 4 records every week under the same name. Nobody had believed that. And I also live these characters, you know, like Nasty Django is totally different to Marshall Masters. Also in the programming, in the sounds. You know, check T-Bone Castro. He never used a closed hi-hat. Never. Because it was broke on the 909.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
Wow. Wow. Dude, you should have been an actor, man. You can like... Wow. Amazing. Wow.
So you have to live that, you know. So and each character is part of me. You know,
Each 88 characters or whatever it is.
yeah,
Someone's counted them in there.
bad.
Yeah. All right, wicked. Well, that's really interesting.
Because soon as you go in the studio and you think what you do, it's over.
Yeah.
For me, nowadays it's different. Now it's too much with the head. You know, everybody go to the studio and think too much. I have to do it like this. I'm not too fast like this, and not like this. And Why?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And
for
in
sure.
the end, there's not much legendary tracks anymore. How many tracks do you know of the last 20 years who get played for 20 years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, less and less.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And especially
yeah.
there's people who lacking doing legendary tracks or tracks with melodies, so they go more on the technical side, learn that, more RMS, more this, more little tricks to avoid to show that they cannot play the melody, which is also okay. But it's a little bit too much, in my opinion, nowadays.
Yeah,
you know, because in the end, it's all about emotion, about feeling. You know, if we would listen now, Stereo Murder, we all would say, oh, there's no low end. But think about Stereo Murder with low end. Then it's not Stereo Murder anymore. The coldness of this track will be gone. You know, this emptiness. For me was I say this also once in the Red Bull lecture, the Cold Rush was like made, I don't know, for big halls, for people who might be the last track they're dancing to before they're going to die on ecstasy.
That's why it's a Cold Rush.
That was the vision of Cold Rush.
No way. No way. I'm going back to your point there about how many tracks are made nowadays that are remembered forever. I think there's a lot of people think that everything's been done, and also there's it's a lot less about the music nowadays in many ways for a lot of people, like manufacturing people, etc. Are you okay? Yeah?
No, könnte ich noch mal einen Kaffee haben, bitte?
More coffee.
You got that.
Okay, well, that's awesome and super interesting. And I've got another track from 1991 that we could go on to here if you wanted to. What have I got here?
The Mover.
Yeah, Into Wasteland.
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
let's go with this. This is The Mover, Into Wasteland. 1991. Tell us about this one.
I love that track, which is also the anthem of Roma. You know Laurie D?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And Laurie was like the first techno, one of the first techno DJs in Rome, and this was the first track he made a big hit. And when he booked me, or Max Durante, they went to the party together, or was it one of the guys? Laurie was also playing there, and I started to play this track, and the Romans was, I don't know, 3,000 or so. They sing the melody like they sing to I Like It Loud, but 5 years before. So they sing the melody. I was like, fuck, what's going on here? You know, because in Germany, the mover was not really known, but in Rome and in London, really big. When I came the first time to Rome, all the mover records was like 40 pounds, 50 pounds. So I said, yeah, we have a lot of them in Frankfurt. I'll bring them the next time.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I like the easiness of this track. You know, this is a good example for less is more. There's the melody, there's the pad, or the bass. I would call it the pad bass, I don't know, and the drums, and that's it. And it's really, like also a band track. So think about that track, put the 909 off, put real drums in, let the guitar play the da-da-da-da, put the other one the bass, and then put the Coldplay singer on it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure we could do that with a bit of AI nowadays. I'm sure we could do something like that.
Also, I listened a lot of Depeche Mode when I was young. You know, they also had this kind of thing, like one melody, one pad. And I love that. That's what I mean. If you have the right melody, it can play for 10 hours and it's not get bored. And I think this is a certain thing which goes to almost all my tracks.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, less problem to mix it.
Definitely.
It's more simple, for sure.
For sure.
For sure.
Who did the graphic design for PCP? Was that you guys? Is that you and Thorsten? Like
No. The PCP logo, the mover, is Paul Nicholson.
Oh,
The
okay.
same guy who do nowadays Planet Future, all my stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
He was the dancer from FX.
Oh, wow.
And then we play with FX, and then Paul came to me and say, hey, why don't you guys have a logo? And then I say, because nobody could do it the way I like it, or Thorsten and me like it. And then we told him how we want to do it, and then he came up with that one, was just the first one. And it was exactly like we want to have it. It's a little bit, you know that movie RoboCop?
Yeah, I saw it. I watched it again recently, not long ago. Yeah.
And you remember
really
that
cool.
company who built the RoboCop, and in top of the building, there is a logo. And kind of that was always in our mind.
OCP. OCP was the name of it. Yeah.
Well, hold on a minute. Let's see if I can get this.
I watched it like a month ago or something. The original
Oh, here we
RoboCop,
go.
man, it was so
RoboCop
cool.
fandom. 1 second.
Yeah, OCP.
There we go. Boom. This one.
Ah, yeah.
No, it looks different.
No?
It was.
That's the OCP thing. Yeah.
But does it look like that in the first one?
This one?
No.
This one?
No.
Don't see
Put on
anymore.
RoboCop 1. No.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sit watch RoboCop 1. So did he do all the logos for the different aliases, like the mover? Because I used to love the mover logo.
He did the mover, yeah. But
Yeah.
the like all the Dance Ecstasy sleeves are done by Mike Hopper, who did also the Embargo store. And the Frankfurt tracks also Mike Hopper.
Yeah.
So actually in the beginning, Paul did the logos, like the mover and PCP. And then from when I started Acardipane Records, he did the whole logo, the whole artwork. And also from Adrenochrome, he did the whole artwork. Yeah, and nowadays also.
Yeah.
Good guy, we're still good friends.
I used to love those Adrenochrome sleeves, man. When I first saw that in a record shop, I was like, what the fuck is this, man? It's like, kind of like some crazy holographic sleeve thing. It was beautiful.
Because this was around the time that you had your record shop as well, right, Greg? Is this a
Yeah, that was,
era, or was that
a bit later, 94.
Oh, 94.
Okay. But it was a bit after this. But yeah, in that kind of period, 94 to 98, yeah, there was so many good tunes coming out.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to move on to the next track because this is one of my favourite tracks probably ever. Certainly from this era. Ace to Space, 9 is a classic. Let's go.
My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to pull my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to pull my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to pull my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to pull my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a sucker's mouth. The 9 is a classic, I'm the master, who you asking? My 9mm and my 9 in my speaker. My 9-inch Peter when it's time to get sweeter. I'm known to put my dick, I put it in a
Nur in
sucker's
2
mouth.
Sprachen. Ja, um 2 Uhr haben wir dann, um 2 Uhr haben wir den Spanischen.
I have to hold my hand up. I did not know that this was you.
No.
I had no idea. And I first heard this tune in 1992, Carl Cox, Kinetic First Birthday. And I absolutely loved that tape. I used to listen to it all the time. I had no idea this was you, Mark. So it was a really pleasant surprise for me. Absolute banger.
Until today, you didn't know?
No, until recently.
So,
but yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Many people don't know all my tracks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So tell us a little bit about this one then.
Yeah, it was actually like the dirty street answer of the Dominator. Mm-hmm. And Thorsten came up with that sample. And then I did the track. And this was actually the first version who not became the hit. This was played by Lenny the first time on MAYDAY, on White Label. And then it was like, bomb. And then later we had this Ultimate Rave remix. This became then the big international hit. But I like this version here the most because it's so fucked up. There's also the Home Rave. The Home Rave is also really funny. Yeah, this is the rapper. And it's funny because this a cappella, I never heard the track with the vocals. So on this record, there's only the a cappella, but there's no track with the vocals. So I don't know what's the story about that.
Really, really nice tune though, man. Really enjoy that.
Thank you very much.
And did you find that you were, because you were making tracks in various different styles, you were reaching lots of different audiences. Were there any particular audiences that were doing a lot better? When you're making lots of different styles, which ones were going really well at that point, and which ones were more a project of passion?
The Mover was Passion.
Mm-hmm.
The Countdown label. I don't know if anyone ever played that one, but you cannot really say. We just was talking here about it in the afternoon. That Red Trap from Spiritual Combat, the record I did for RNS. Mm-hmm. It's a really weird track I did in the house from Outlander. Where Outlander?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I was in his studio. Yeah, I was in his studio for 1 week, and that track nobody ever cared about it. And when I remastered it in 2020, a lot of techno DJs start to play that one. So you cannot really say, I don't have any audience in my head before I do that. Okay, when I do Hardcore Motherfucker, I know.
Yeah,
I know the audience.
You're not shooting for the house crowd, are you? Yeah, yeah.
But even then, there's also... We also played in Cocorico, which is not a hardcore club. They love Hardcore Motherfucker, so... It always depends. For me, music is music.
Yeah.
So it works. Because it was really funny, as a little side story, when I was going to Belgium, Outlander, I normally was planning to work in the RNS studio, but then Cisco from the Advent and CJ, Poland, they were still busy with the Dominator remixes.
Yeah.
So I go to the house of Outlander, and he left, and he forgot to leave me the key. So I stayed there for days without food, drinks, and there was this stupid cat, and I had no idea how to save the samples. So I always had to take care that the cat not jump on it and fuck everything up. I did 10 tracks there.
Wow.
Can we just talk a little bit about your workflow? Because I think it's something that's quite famous, actually, that you've made some of your best tracks in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, or whatever. What do you do specifically that has enabled you, or are there any tricks or tips that you could suggest for people to improve their workflow?
So, normally it starts with a melody or it starts with a kick. So, let's say with Stereo Murder, there was first the melody and then the drums. Stereo Murder was really fast. But from the arrangement side, how I did it in the past, and I still do that sometimes, I copy it to 6 minutes, all the patterns who work together, and then delete them during I hear it one time.
Mm-hmm.
And then most of the time, that's the arrangement. I'm not into all the little tricks and filters and this and that. Why? If the track needed, okay, Mm-hmm. So, but in the end, you need a good melody. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think in all the music style, it's the same. Listen to Dr. Dre. It's one riff and a good beat, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. It sticks in your head. It's catchy.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know it. As soon as you hear that track, you know it.
Yeah. I think the fastest tracks I ever did was the whole Temple Tunes label, including the Up and Down, which is also in the folder. I did 22 tracks, which is 11 releases in 8 hours, including mixing, arrangement, everything.
Wow.
On a Sunday.
Wow. Shit.
I Like It Loud was 4 hours, including vocal recording. Mm-hmm. But if you talk to, I don't know, Scott Scorch or a lot of these guys who had also this catchy melody and only a drum beat hits, they say the same. If you work too long on a track, Slave to the Rave took a little bit longer because there's this break and there was no automation, there was no nothing. So you had to really take care that everything is loud enough and not too loud. Mm-hmm. And also you have to take care of the right elements. Nowadays you would say, like maybe with Slave to the Wave, the kick drum could be louder. But if the kick drum is louder, the low synths are softer then. If the low synths softer, the whole feeling of the whole track is going, you know? And if I tell this today, is like I look to my tracks to the past, because now I'm also sometimes confused. Oh, does it have to be like this and sidechain here and there and there? And then Miro always say to me, man, do it like you did in the past. Don't think too much. Feel it and finish it. And it's right. Because, you know, we have too much opportunities. I open my compressor folder in Logic and there's like 80 compressors. Do I need that? No.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like many people say, oh, how did you master your track in the past? It's so cool. They're not mastered.
Okay.
The new promo remix I did, we maybe can play it in later 1 minute because it's not released yet. Everybody now, all the DJs I sent to, they ask me, oh, who mastered it? It's not mastered. There's not even a Q on the master, nothing. It's pure. Also, 6 Million Ways to Die is not mastered. I Like It Loud is not mastered. Slave to Rave is not mastered. Now with the remaster, we did a little things, but you not really can hear it.
Is it more a case of just getting the volume, the levels up so that it can be played alongside other tracks nowadays?
Yeah, even this I didn't do. So yeah, this we did with a mixer, of course. We smashed the two bars. And this is a kind of natural limiting, you know?
Yeah. So you want it to sound like exactly how you made it and don't fuck with it, basically.
No, actually, it was... I tried to get it loud with limiter clipping and stuff, but it sounded shit. And then I thought, okay, let's do the old school way. And right 5 minutes later, I say, wow, RMS -2, let's go. I said to Miro, say, does it sound smashed? He said, no, how you did that? You know, and then I said, okay, it's cool. Because sometimes you also need that. One time for the MPC, I took the stereo murder sound and put out all the bad frequencies. You know? It got a lot of ringing in there. But without the ringing, it doesn't sound like stereo murder anymore. You know, it sounds then like, I don't know. We say like with the iron, you know? Sometimes it's need that.
Yeah.
Only if you really hear a ringing that annoys you.
So what did your studio look like back in 91, 92? Like how much sort of gear did you have? What were the main parts of your studio? Obviously 808, 909 and all the good stuff.
We have arrived was only the ENZYME-X with a 0.5 megabyte sampling time, a 909, which was not mine, a Roland mixer without a mid sweep, only high and low frequencies, and I think 2 effects.
Is it possibly...
And later on, I bought a Juno 106, MKS 50, sequential circuits, I think it was a Prophet 600. And
Sorry,
my
I was
own
trying to bring up a
909.
picture that you sent me. 1 second, see if I can bring this up.
Did you have a nice studio space in Frankfurt as well?
No, I live in Hamburg.
Oh, sorry, Hamburg, sorry.
Yeah, but I moved now in January. I moved to a house. Ah, yeah, this is funny. Yeah.
Is this your studio space at the time?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But I have no idea which studio it was. But here you see the Atari.
Yeah.
There you see my S11000 and the 2 DATs. So it should be 93, 94 probably.
Yeah.
Because 96 I get my first Mac. Yeah, I built now a new studio in a house, so I hope it's going to be nice and I not annoy the neighbors.
You know it will. There's no escaping. So I guess this is a good time for us to do a little giveaway. Because I believe you've got some things to give away. So let's do a little competition, shall we?
It's competition time. We're giving away stuff.
I've even recycled the old competition jingle there. So Mark, what do you have to give away today?
1 second.
Yep. And don't forget, chat, at 100 likes, we start doing shots. There's currently 72 likes on the stream. 100, we start doing shots. And maybe regretting saying that. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay.
What do you have?
You know, it's Boris, the nice guy where I'm into here. He's sitting the next door. So he was a big PCP fan. And back in the days, I don't know, 92, 93, he copied the PCP jacket. Yeah, only for him and some friends of him. And he found that folder. And today he pressed specially for me a t-shirt. And I asked him if we can do 3 more copies for 3 people here in the chat. So and there will be only one he got, I got one. So there's only 5 in the world. And it looks like the original PCP member jacket.
Oh, super cool. Oh, that's dope.
Old school.
And
right.
for some other 3 people, we have that. Also specially made from him. So it's also not official. It's only for the people. There's only existing 5. It's Planet Future. Logo print on the
Whoa,
backside.
bro, I need one of those. I'm going to win the competition. All right, well, I guess we could do a little competition then. So, here's the rules for the competition, guys. Real simple. Share this stream on your social media. Like the stream. Tag Mark's account on Facebook or Instagram. And put the hashtag Oblivion Acardipane. We will then be able to find your posts. And Mark will select a winner. And get some of this super limited merch out to some of you. And yeah, I'll give you a couple of moments to complete those tasks because I know there's a couple. I'll repeat, share the stream, like the stream, tag Mark, and put hashtag Oblivion Acardipane. And we could get some winners. So when are you going to, should we say that you're going to take a look at that tomorrow or after the weekend?
Tomorrow, no, I have to get up and go to Holland.
Okay.
I don't know, beginning of next Monday or Tuesday. I guess Monday is a good day. January 1st in the afternoon.
That's a great day to start.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll definitely be motivated. I'll remind you.
You remind me and send me that hashtag so I will not forget it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's on Instagram or Facebook?
Any,
or both?
Either, both.
Okay.
Any, either, both. Miss Bones keeps on saying, what's happening? What's happening? I think you might be a little bit behind the stream because she's going, what are we giving away? What's the prize? What's happening? You can just see everybody's chat. So yeah, I think you might be a bit behind. All right. So there's that competition done. Get the likes on the stream. Maybe we're going to have 100 likes here now anyway. No, only 84 likes, guys, before we start doing shots. You need to get moving. All right. While that's happening, I'm going to play the next track while everybody's doing their sharing and all that kind of stuff. Let's go in hard with Slaves to the Rave.
Hey.
Classic.
Slaves to the rail. We are slaves to the rail. Rave.
right.
Tune.
So I've got a couple of questions about this one.
Okay.
Who were the Inferno brothers?
Thorsten and me.
Oh, okay, so it was, right, okay. Because I see this listed as Inferno Brothers, but more recently it was listed as You when it was remastered and re-released. I also know that this was actually released on another label as well. It was on Dance City, it was on Red Alert as well. Was that just something that
It's
they licensed?
Italy, yeah. For Italy,
Yeah.
yeah. It was Cirillo's label, yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah, that,
And so
that
the
was...
vocalist is also Thorsten, you know, the Big and Bold and Better is also
Oh,
Thorsten.
really? I
And the
did not
singer
know.
is Tony from Frankfurt, American guy.
I was going to ask you who sang that to the rave sample.
That was a
Tony
huge
G.
tune, man.
Tony G. In the
Big
place
Tony.
to be.
And the place to be. Yeah.
So that was a huge track for you.
Yeah.
Really big. Internationally, really big, I suppose. And it's now like 1995. You're playing out a lot more now, I guess. There's a lot more momentum behind you going out and performing now.
Actually, 96, 97. So when I Like It Loud came out and my best of album on IDT, this was the moment. Before I play also sometimes in Holland, but nobody knows it's all me. And I remember when the best of album came out, so the media of Holland wrote, "Oh wow, that's a nice compilation." But then IDT say, "No, that's all him." and then it exploded, you know.
Yeah.
So I play all the major festivals and indoor parties. So at that time, there was more indoor parties and festivals.
Yeah.
Compared to today.
Yeah.
And Slave to the Rave is until today one of the anthems in Holland and the hardcore scene. I think there's no party where you cannot hear Slave to the Rave.
Yeah.
I also
Really
have to play it all the time. So feeling like the Rolling Stones, you know, I cannot get no satisfaction. I cannot leave without Slave to the Rave.
Oh, really? So it's staying in
Because
the
there's
vein.
sometimes when people say you always play the same, but if I will not play Slave to the Rave, then the people are sad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the story behind the actual vocals then? What was the message there?
I'm big, I'm bold, I'm better.
The slaves to the rave.
I saw Slave to the Rave, yeah. We
Yeah.
are slave to the rave, so
But that
we have to
contrast.
slave. We cannot go without, you know. So we are addicted to raves. So that's what we mean with slaves to the rave. Yeah.
But that contrasted with "I'm bigger, I'm bolder, I'm better." There's like a.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just sounded good.
It sounded good. Yeah. It gives that feeling, you know, when the kick drums comes in, and then I'm big, I'm bold, I'm better, you know.
Yeah, indeed. 10 more likes on the stream, guys, for shots. Come on, make it happen. Make it happen. While we're in 1995, I'm going to play another track. This is You with Up and Down. Let's go. All right. Guys, we've got 99 likes.
Oh, so I need to go and get some liquor from downstairs then.
Yeah, you do. Oh, whoops, I've just put a like on there. Whoopsie. Oh, no, I took one off. I thought I was going to tip it over. So, Up and Down, Mark. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, this was one of the 22. And, you know, the 22 tracks in 8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And it became a big hit on YouTube. So there was a video, it's 18 million plays, but nobody knows it's me because there was this little part from the Thunderdome video.
Yeah. Wow.
And nowadays it's on TikTok, it's everywhere.
Yeah. And
then in 2020, when I remastered it, and because we now use only my name, because otherwise people get confused, I cannot handle 80 Instagram accounts. And now more and more people know, you know. So if on TikTok the videos is played and somebody asks the track ID, people write Marc Acardipane Up and Down.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Mm-hmm. There was also a guy on Instagram to try to make money out of it.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this. Let's drink a shot. And I want to talk about your ongoing battle with people stealing your music, because it's been quite a saga. So let's take a shot. I'm gonna play that track again.
I'll be right back.
While we're all getting ourselves a glass and whatever. I'm gonna drop this again, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about that battle. So be right back. And everybody in the chat, go and get a glass as well. Greg's not back, but I'm ready. Everybody in the chat saying, talk about Miro. What about Miro? So I guess...
He's coming with me tomorrow to Brutality. So if you want to see Miro and me tomorrow, come to the party.
There we go.
Now Miro's back. He was playing the Thunderdome. He was playing the Army of Hardcore. He played the Old School Gangsters, the big one, the indoor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. All right. So I've got, since Mark's here, I'm going to drink Jägermeister because it's a good old German drink, I think. What have you got, Greg?
Amaretto.
With
Big
ice?
Fat one. Yeah, with ice. 'Cause I'm a pro. It sounds good when you drink it.
It's actually the last shot of Jaeger. Disappointing. What have you got, Mark?
Nothing. I have to 30 minutes. I have to drive.
Oh,
Not
okay.
in 30 minutes.
Okay.
So I already had
4:30.
I already had 2.5 beers, so I have to take care a little bit. I don't want to lose my driver license.
Okay. Well, I
That's what
will
we got
drink.
Uber for.
Cheers.
That's what we have Uber for.
Yeah, but then I have to come back here, you know, and
hear you.
tomorrow I have to leave like 11 or so to Holland.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I have to pack all my stuff. So then I have to go with the Uber, then back to here, then back to my parents, pack the stuff and leave. So
Let's talk about, you touched about licensing and things being used in videos, etc. Tell us about your ongoing saga with removing YouTube videos and stuff.
yeah, okay, like in the last 4 or 5 months, I deleted around 1,600 illegal copies of Return to Zero on Spotify, YouTube, SoundCloud, Apple Music, TikTok. You know, but there are some really, really bad people. And let's talk about one today. So it's a site on Instagram. It's called lost.vhs.mp4. It's people who upload, as a guy, uploads Thunderdome videos and a lot of stuff. So, and one day, beginning of September, he put that video from Up and Down on, you know, which is everywhere. It's okay. With everyone, he have the track ID, not with me. He had like 350,000 likes. And then he thought, So, and he uploaded again and again. And then it starts track ID 1997 by Amar Ritsovic. When I read this, I say, what the fuck? So I go on Spotify and they released the original Up and Down on Spotify under that name. And he promoted on and on. If you go in the comments, so everybody, that's why I say the name, you can look at it. He always come with his name. So he not even realized that I already deleted it. And that means it's only done for money. So it's really criminal in my eyes. You know, if you do a mashup, if you do a remix and I delete it, it's okay. But it's a different story. You know what I mean? And with Return to Zero, that's the story I wanted to tell today also. So there was a little young Russian guy, and for a little game movie on TikTok, he took a track from a Russian singer, Angel Fox, and Return to Zero. So he mixed it together on his mobile. So he put it on TikTok, and a day later, 18,600 people used that track and make a new video, and then it go viral, millions of plays. And that's why it's with the 1,600, because a lot of people try to steal that money. Meanwhile, now I have the rights also from the Russian girl, from the label. And first we released only the instrumental, which is the original Return to Zero, but it turned into 5 million streams in 7 weeks. So it's the original track, only in 3 different speeds and only 2 minutes. And now last Friday we released the vocal version in 3 speeds. And there was a guy, he released it illegal. He got 5.9 million streams in 3 weeks. So we go against him now. He didn't took the money, so we blocked the money at the distributor. So, but you always have to keep your eyes open, you know. And we're talking about, I don't know, meanwhile, I don't know, 800 Stereo Murder takeoffs on SoundCloud. And it's like there's, I don't know, in the moment, like 4 or 5 big hard techno DJs with Stereo Murder edits. And all the videos you see is only with that, because the other tracks they play or produce, they have no hooky sound, you know, which you can use. I have now 3 Boiler Room advertisement with Stereo Murder edits.
Wow.
You know, also there's a lot of I Like It Loud sings, and now Up and Down. So it's annoying because it's a lot of work. And I see here a lot of guys talking about the dark horror. This was up-tempo. So there was also a lot of up-tempo. But since that thing happened with the dark horror, there's not much people anymore who try to do up-tempo remixes of Stereo Murder.
Yeah, he got burned for that, right? He was just being disrespectful. He could have just
Completely.
handled it. He could have handled it a lot better. He could have just been like, "Do you know what? Sorry, like
Exactly.
whatever."
Like Mental Theo. You know, Mental Theo once also did a Stereo Murder bootleg.
Yeah,
I deleted it. And who was playing on the last show of Mental Theo and Charlie Low Noise? Me.
yeah,
2-3 months later. So, you know, it's also for me, when I upload 6 Minute Ways to Die on SoundCloud, I get because of the intro. I cannot upload the intro because it's Sid Vicious on Virgin Records, you know? So, but I have to live with it. You know, and some people come, yeah, you also sample. Yeah, but I take the advantage of it. So if I get sued, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It's
is that-
normal.
is that-
if you-
Has that happened then? As people come
No,
after
never.
you as well?
No, never. No, because first of all, also like the Rapper Guy 9 is a classic. We always put him in the publishing because back in the days we had no idea how to handle that. And I think a lot of these hip hop artists know my tracks. They heard it one time, you know, over 30 years, and they like it. It's the same for me. If there would be a version where I say, oh, wow, cool, why not? But most of it, they only take my whole track, put a kick drum under it, and try to get fame out of it. You know, and also I talked to a lot of people when I took the tracks down. They don't really understand that they did something wrong. They think on SoundCloud, yeah, but it's only a mashup. Yeah, but it's only a remix. Yeah, but as soon as you put it online, it's released. And then it's illegal. You know, normally, even DJ mixes are not allowed on SoundCloud. It's only that we, as the musicians or labels or whatever, allow that because it's a kind of promotion and we all do it. And it's okay.
And that's
you
why
know?
I always make a point of doing a track list when I have a mix, because I know that essentially what you're doing by uploading that as your own content is saying that it's yours legally.
Yes,
but,
exactly.
You know, to credit the artists is the least you can do, right? The very least you can do so that they get the promotion. It's
Yeah.
basic, right?
And I never took down a DJ mix or something. I don't give a shit, you know.
Yeah.
But if it's really released, and especially if they're not even tag you or write something, you know, I don't know, from 100 videos on Instagram, 99 there is not my name on, and Stereo Murder is playing.
How are you identifying them? What are you using to
The
identify?
most is fans send them to me.
Oh, right. Okay, so you're not
I have
using
my
like some kind of
detectives
AI tech.
everywhere.
Place by.
It was also with a Dark Horror. I don't know him. So it was
Yeah.
in the Planet Core forum on Facebook. There's a lot of this stuff coming. Then I see it. Then I delete it. And that's it.
Yeah.
You know, no stress about it. I could also send everything to a lawyer and they have to pay. But I
Yeah.
don't do that, you know. So, but I don't know why he made then such a big problem out of it. I think also because he didn't understand that he did something wrong.
Yeah, it's clout as well nowadays. People just want noise around them because it gives
Maybe,
them
yeah.
eyes and ears, no matter what it is that they've done. Clout's a thing, right? It gets people into your pages, gets people commenting on your posts, and then you get the virality that comes
Yeah,
with that,
some-
you know? Yeah.
But sometimes also in the wrong way. And I think he had no idea that Marshall Masters and Marc Acardipane is the same person. You know, he's from Belgium. He thought, Marshall Masters, big hit in Belgium, 97. He lives now with a dog and a wife and 4 kids in Gran Canaria, have a good life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. The ongoing
But there's a
battle.
lot. It's not only with me, it's also with other artists. You know, but if you're really behind it, it's a big problem. And I don't want that if someone heard, I don't know, see me live and he heard the Stereo Murder, oh, cool, and go on SoundCloud, and there's 700 other versions and ranked on a different position, you know? So
Yeah.
that's
It's
for
just how
sure
it-
not cool.
I think it was just how it was handled, wasn't it? Anyway, let's not keep talking about that person because that's probably what they want, right? Let's get back to the music. Since we've just been talking about it, I think it's topical that we go for 1996 Stereo Murder. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yo.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156
awesome. Somebody wrote it in the chat. I don't think there's a more famous vocal and hook combination in electronic music than those ones combined. Tell us a little bit about how you came up with that and the vocal, etc.
Yeah, that's also a funny story. Told this also on Red Bull because, you know, VTSS, she asked if the story is true. Because I think I told that someone backstage. So we was working on Frankfurt tracks, I don't know, 1 or 2. And then Thorsten go to the toilet. And I heard that sound before. And during he was on the toilet, it's really true. I did the track. So he was quite a long time on the toilet. And it was really fast, also the whole arrangement. So it was done that way. I told you, I copy all the patterns and then clack, 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 and finish. So actually, it's only like the reverb and the tom, on the kick on the reverb. It's all the same. And then you hear this sound with delay and the vocal sample, which is from an American hip-hop record. That's it, easy going. There's nothing in, it's only the kick, tom, and a crash. I think there's a crash inside.
Yeah.
And you know, like also back in the days, you always had patched the drums and everything to your mixer the same. So when you start with the same. You know what I mean? And then maybe you change the snare. I don't know, you know this track I did, Jamba de Janeiro, the hardcore version. We did this for Loretta Mato. It was a joke. I know the original producers of the big hit. And so we were on the label party totally drunk. And then someone said, why don't you do a hardcore version? Then we go in the studio. And actually, I was working on Apocolypse Never. So it's the same drum sounds. So I only put a lead on top, play the melody. And then we did a nice picture disc and released it. So sometimes you can use the same without anyone knows.
Yeah. Nice.
Sometimes you only change the EQ a bit, and that's enough.
Yeah.
So 1996, Planet Core Productions finished, transmitted their last signal from the future, as the a line on Discogs. Was there a particular reason for that, or was it just the end of the project?
No, it was private problems.
Okay, fair enough. And you had no immediate hunger to start a label up again. Was it including all of the sub labels or just that?
No,
everything.
The whole everything.
Everything.
And then I left to Hamburg in '96.
Okay.
And then start new. So I did then the deal. I mean, I did Apocalypse Never. We still released 2 years together. Apocalypse Never was done in Hamburg. Yeah, and then I did this album Best Off with IDNT.
Yeah.
And I started Planet Future, the publishing company with Warner, also in '96. Then I think, when was Acardipane Records? 97 or 98? Today, Tomorrow, Forever, and Miro Shining, E-Man, all that records. Only God Can Judge Me. Wake Up, Rave Creator.
I'm just looking it up now. Success. 97, first release on there. 97. The Ultimate MC. Sorry, I Like It Loud, yeah. 97.
Yeah, this was on IDNT.
Oh, it's listed under
Yeah, I call
Acardipane
it
Records.
Yeah, I call it like that, but actually it was on IDNT, but kind of sub label.
Okay, got you. And around this time, probably my favorite track by you is actually PILLDRIVER, Pitchhiker. This is a track that recently had a remix EP, which was LP, which was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
But this was
all remixes I love on that one.
Yeah, me too.
Also love the Peter Manafeld. It's a really cool remix. Yeah, it's a little bit underrated, but if you listen to it, and I also saw some videos where the DJs played it in the club. It's really cool.
I mean,
Crazy guy.
This that track, Hitchhiker, still gets played now. Even the original version, I put it in a DJ set of a couple of years ago, if I recall, and it's still brilliant. I was playing it earlier on, and Cam came running in from the other side of the house and just started hacking in the in the front room next to me. That's how much she loves it, and I know that a lot of people feel the same about it. So yeah, I'm gonna play it. So this is PILLDRIVER, Hitchhiker. Wow. So
all the kicks.
All of the kicks. So legend has it that was done in one take originally. Did
Yes.
you have to redo it for release, or it was
No.
one take? No.
One take. So I did the Awaken Neo Tokyo, and then I thought, okay, shit, I need a B-side. So what can I do which is fast? And then I thought, okay, put a kick, put some delays on, and play a little bit around. So it was actually really the first take. So I press on record, stop, finish, go to the master, to the vinyl cutter.
Mm-hmm.
No edits, nothing. I mean, edits were also not possible at that time.
Yeah, we weren't resampling the whole tracks into our doors and stuff like that, were you? It's like, yeah, you just got to go.
did you know what a masterpiece that you created at the time, or is it like a retrospective thing when you look back?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Right away after I saw, yeah, cool.
What a huge track. A lot of people emulated that since in different ways.
Yeah.
There's a lot of my friends actually from the UK, are Dean, who's in the chat, are obsessed with like filter kick tracks, like filtered 909s and distorted 9, and they collect them, and that was like the kind of the number one.
Yeah, it also made it in the techno scene. Carl Cox played it a lot, and also Laurent Garnier. It's even in Laurent Garnier's book is mentioned there. So it goes everywhere. And then Nina Kravitz also played it in 2018, 19. She always played at the closing, so she made it big again. Then she also played Apocolypse Never in the closing a lot.
People in the Julian Joe ET or just something has 2 copies of this track apparently. So if anybody wants a copy, he's got one spare. So we've also got. I know I've skipped over here, but we've got some videos that you sent over. We've got the 1995 PCP. Live in Leipzig.
This was the last PCP gig ever.
Oh, we'll give this a little blast because you've sent this over. I assume you've got a story behind it. Let me see if I can do this. 95 browser. Yeah, let's try this. Hopefully it's not too loud.
Oh no, that's Mayday.
Oh,
that's
wrong
the
one.
Mayday.
Yeah, here we go. Fixed. Proper big warehouse vibes there.
Yeah. And this was all improvisation because like this one is Thorsten, the other one is Pan.
Yeah.
They never know what I'm gonna play. Sometimes I played him something in the car.
Yeah.
So this was also the first time I think we played Hitchhiker. And also Slave to the Rave we play in the end, and all the other tracks.
Wow.
I think they're never released.
So I skip.
Amazing.
So I'm going to skip through this towards the end. Let's see. Really cool. So some people in the chat said something about, is this where there was a fight?
No, that was Mayday.
Oh, is there? Okay, there's a
The one
juicy
before you
video.
play.
Okay, let's have a look at that then. Give us the preface. What's the situation?
You know, there was always this fight between Frankfurt and Berlin.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think nowadays, I think one of the guys from Mayday, he's dead now, he saw us on a really stupid show in Frankfurt, and because we were so hyped, he saw us there, and he thought, okay, maybe I showed the world that these guys are fucked up. So I don't know. Before they say we can play, I think 15 minutes, we ask for 20, they say yes, and they cut us, I think you see on the video, 11, 12 minutes, I don't know. Wow. So they cut us during 9 is a Classic, which was at this year, what I told you, the hit of the year from Front Page magazine, voted by all DJs from Germany who are in this voting. But also, when Moby was playing, they cut also his sound. Moby took his keyboard and smashed it on the ground.
Oh, wow.
They cut Lenny the high frequencies. So when Lenny started to DJ, he came to me. I was there. And he said, Mark, what's going on? Why it sounds so shit? Next DJ was Jeff Mills. He sounded great. He was a friend of Low Spirit. But what I didn't expect, when he cut us the sound, so we throw the technical guy fall from 6 meters from the stage into the people. And then the security try to get us from stage. But then there was Lenny's friend and a friend of mine. It's a fighting teacher. They took a, what is a Chaco? Chaco?
Nunchucks, yeah.
Yeah, they put it on so the security cannot come up. and then of course, Low Spirit hate us. And then I did the track with Lenny, Low Spirit Suck My Cock, which was on Thunderdome 3 and the most selling, where they sold 180,000 copies. And yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So you can see it in the end of the video a little bit, but it's pretty dark.
Okay, let's try. Whereabouts in the video?
That one, yeah, in the end. That is the sound guy.
I'm just pausing it. That's pointing out that's the.
But it wasn't his fault. We found out later, and we say sorry to him because you see on a video from GTO, he make a video from the right side, and you see that William Rutger, the boss from Low Spirit, went to him and say, "Cut the sound," and then he left the stage.
Okay.
But we didn't saw him coming. We didn't saw him because it was on the left side.
And interestingly enough, these bomber jackets are the design from the T-shirt that you showed before.
Yeah, that's the member jacket, PCP.
Yeah.
On the left, yeah. And I tell him we going on playing.
It's like 2 minutes, bro. And you're like, no, that's not what's happening here.
Sure. That was the classic. Just one more track, yeah?
Come forward a bit.
Yeah, okay.
I think so, yeah. Oh, wait. Ah, yeah, now. You know, now everybody's ready for 9 is a classic. Now they cut the sound, and now go on.
And so this is the fight happening on the stage, in front of the stage, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, when we all go away, the guy's not there anymore, you will see him. Oh, there's a... you see, because they didn't know how much... I think we were 10 or 15 or something. You see now here, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's gone.
Wow. Drama.
And no one ever cut you off after that.
No one's done it ever since. All right. 1996, 97.
Oh, 96. Have we got Overland and Sea hooked up? Because that's one of my favourites.
No.
No.
The next one I've got here is Apocolypse Never in 97.
Gotcha.
I got a good story for that.
Okay, let's go. Let's play it. All right. So
Hello again.
Hello again.
What
Tell
was that
us.
synth? What did you do with the synth?
Okay, I told the story many times, but you never heard it?
No.
No? Okay, cool. I was really stoned in the studio, and I had like a table, and I was sitting like this, and I had my feet there where the master keyboard is on the left side, and then the beat was running, and the sound was there already, and then somehow with my elbow I fall from the table, and then from the chair, and go with the whole elbow over the master keyboard, and so. Wow, that sounds so cool. And so it is like, and so I played it in. And because it's a Oberheim expander, got not so much voices, and so I played the whole riff.
Awesome.
Nice. Nice. I did grab Overland and Sea from my collection. So if you want me to play that one, I can whack it on now, Greg.
Just a couple of minutes or something of it.
Yeah,
it's
let's do it.
I think it's like 7 or 8 minutes long, isn't it? But like,
Yeah, I'm not
for
gonna
some
play all of
reason
it.
there was something about this tune that was like it felt so futuristic, and everyone was doing faster and faster stuff, and this was like, it's like 120 or something, isn't it? It's much slower, and it just felt like it was from another planet. For some reason, it just like I just really loved this sound. It felt like it was a whole journey into this like kind of other world for me. It was
a nice track.
Amazing track, really amazing.
All right, I'm going to put it on. Let's do it. All right. That eerie synth was super doom.
Yeah, man. I was fucking, and it reminded me of like kind of warp record sort of stuff, like kind of Aphex, early Autechre, that kind of bow, 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 kind of like that early kind of IDM vibe. So much, but then it's got your unique kind of synth, and it's like, yeah, that breakdown, man, that's something else. On a big system, that breakdown is just wow. Yeah, something else.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. That's one of my favorites. Yeah, yep.
I'm glad we got it out there. So what came next, Mark? What came next after, like, I've got feedback from somewhere.
Not me.
I can hear music. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, what came after that then? 1996, 97. What was next, Mark?
I Like It Loud.
Oh yeah,
Me too.
it was. I don't know if I've got that one here. Let me double check.
But I didn't put it in the folder.
No, I'll check in my collection. 1 second. I do. No, I don't. I don't have it here. Oh no. Terrible form. I can probably bring it up on YouTube. Let's do that. Excuse me a moment. Feel free to take questions from the chat while I'm fixing this. Sound settings.
Soon as there's an opportunity for a question, someone asks something about the scooter thing. Like, how did the scooter thing come about?
Oh, in 2002, I was going to ask that as well.
Yeah. That's why I didn't answer it, because he have it on his list too. Yeah.
But go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about it because everybody know what happened in the hardcore scene in the early 2000s. And then I go a little bit away, and then the manager of Scooter, which is I know him very good since a long time, and they ask if they can cover I Like It Loud. And I thought about it a couple of weeks. And, I took a break from the hardcore scene at that time because of a reason we all know, and we don't want to talk about it now. So I canceled all my bookings from May to December, and they asked me like around June, and 3 weeks later say, okay, why not? that's how it went too. If everything would be cool at that time in the hardcore scene, I hadn't done it. Nowadays, I think it's good that I did, because it's Scooter's biggest hit, and I still get paid a lot.
Yeah.
Especially also in times like the pandemic, it was good, you know.
Yeah.
So and nowadays it's also not a big problem anymore. There's no people complain about that, you know. Because back in the time there was a kind of complaining, of course. But Neophyte, for example, did 2 tracks with Scooter, but he didn't have a hit, so nobody was talking about that. So in the end, you know,
It's all good, baby.
yeah.
It all works out, right?
I mean,
All right.
Scooter's really big in the UK, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
they were
yeah.
huge. Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fan of his music, but I don't have to be.
No, true. I found it. Original version 97 was 6 minutes 19. Is that right? Okay, let's see if this works.
From the creator, don't touch that stereo. I want you all to know, Master Masters is in the fucking house. Yeah, we're gonna kick some ass tonight. We're gonna kick some fucking asses tonight, cause we got a brand new bag of tricks. So, yo, Marshall, bring the melody. All right, sing. I want the people sing it out. We go like, yeah. I'm gonna sing the melody now. Check me sing it. Check me sing it. Yeah.
Another iconic hook, Mark. You're the king of it, honestly. Memorable vocal with like a memorable instrument alongside it. Classic.
Thank you, man.
You have this being sung in football stadiums now, still.
Yeah.
And it's somebody put in the chat that it's the anthem for some hockey team as well.
Yeah, and also a football team in America, and for a Muay Thai fighter from Holland. And in
Crazy.
Germany, it's from Gladbach. They play it at every goal in the stadium.
Oh.
I was in a lot of advertisement. Also from, Deezer.
Oh,
Deezer is like Spotify.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Apple Music, they did also when they came out with the advertisement, their first day with the advertisement, it was like you heard I Like It Loud. And they say, I also, what do you say? Also tired about always hearing the same shit. And then it was like, so it was a funny advertisement.
You must do really quite well and comfortably with regards to monetization and licensing. It must be quite nice to have so many hits floating about. Yeah, awesome, man. Good for you. Good for you. So, yeah, we skipped through the early 2000s. We skipped through quite a lot. I think you had some stuff come out, but there was a lot of features and remixes, a lot of stuff in.
And Metal Man with Horrorist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, tell about Oliver and your like relationship with Oliver and stuff.
Oh, really good. I mean, I know him very long time. We're still in contact. He's now taking care of his restaurant and his family. He have a kid now. So
I saw him play at Bangface in the UK a couple of years back.
Yeah,
he came over there.
Crazy guy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we did a lot of tracks together. Also, really popular now in the techno scene is the Mission Ecstasy remix I did.
Wow.
Which I did remix and the Hacker and released on my label. And the Metal Man was also played by Doug's G. He mixed it with a techno record.
Right.
Long time.
Yeah.
There's also the when Metal Man came out, nobody really understand the record. So now people like it. But it always take a few years.
It must be hard being so ahead of your time, bro.
Yeah.
Mark and his time machine, right?
I think Only I Like It Loud was the first one, came out hit instantly.
Yeah. Wow.
And the Mover remix of this was also a big hit. We make it number 2 in the DJ Mag remix of the year. The Trappist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, the Trappist. And I called the guy, say, did you pay for it? He say, no, we had no idea. They also just saw it. So it was actually really voted.
Wow. Somebody's written in the chat here, I guess this is in your voice. I guess you guys aren't ready for that yet, but your kids are going to love it. It's Mark when he's putting tracks out. So
that's a good one.
I'm skipping over a bunch of time here, but we reached this kind of milestone, 2017, something that you've spoken about for years, and you've made releases and mixes about it. And I know that you don't want to talk about what that means to you, but this is when you came back and you started Planet Future up, and you've used it as a kind of a positive to start getting more active, if you like. Yeah, it's you're trying to tread on everything. And you started doing a lot of the remix projects on that and the remasters, and you've got like a new graphic design.
From the same guy.
A new logo, and it gets really bold branding and stuff. And you've got working with cool industrial techno and hardcore producers, and really reinventing or kind of representing yourself and starting to get a lot of credit for the things that you did in the past. And I think that's important because I think it was one of your things is called The Most Famous Unknown. Here we go. So that's what you actually called the series. And when I talked to Lenny in, I can't even remember what year it was, when we did the show with Lenny. I'd recorded the interview with him a couple of years before or a year before. And he said that, Mark's only just getting the appreciation and recognition that he deserves for all of the work that he did in the past. And I think it's nice that you've done this and you're pushing yourself into the future from the future in the past, whatever, and starting to do this and getting recognised and then getting back on Thunderdome again and getting I think it's nice and it's important for you and you deserve that. So good shit,
I didn't
man.
get back to Thunderdome. I was there before too.
Yeah.
But
I
maybe
mean,
some
again,
people, maybe some, especially in Germany, when I play now in Germany, say, "Oh, nice that you were back."
Yeah,
I wasn't gone, so I only didn't play in Germany, which was not my fault, But of course, with that one, there was a new focus, also with the Mover remastered and the big campaign about the Mover.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Mover was never that big like in that time. So in 2019, I had a lot of Mover gigs and already planned for 2020 the first big techno festivals. But then the pandemic came.
Yeah.
And now the sound, the sound changes so much. So now it's a more TikTok rave everywhere. And a lot of these, I call it the mature techno people, have problems. So, but that's good. I have the two names, you know, but the Mover in the moment is a bit quiet. So, but I will come next year, but only for the pleasure. But this had changed. But from 2017 to 19 was great. It started already in 16 when I got booked as the Mover in a big illegal festival in Berlin, and I was the headliner. So what the fuck, why they booked me as a headliner, you know? I had no idea they know me. It was so cool. And there was Max there, Max Durante from Rome. He lives in Berlin, and I start to play some techno, and then he say, no, man, play hardcore, play old school, play PCP. And I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, and I played it, and then, wow, it was so cool. And then it was the first time I realized that the hardcore took into techno. You know, now many people only think this happened last year. No, it started 2016 with the hardcore kick drums, but small. You know, it always takes some years.
Yeah.
So this was actually also this rave scene. And I ask a lot of people, I play more and more in these parties, and I ask, so why? How do you come up with me or the old school? And they say, yeah, they were all tired with these drum code sound. They call it highway techno.
Business techno.
Yeah, business techno.
Business techno, yeah.
Yeah.
And they search on Discogs for the 90s. And then they saw my name, and they saw all the Alias. They found Plus A, they found Joey Beltram and stuff like that, you know. So it's also, you know, like in 2017, this big article in Resident Advisor of Thunderdome 15 years or 20 years. No, how was it? Was it 20 years?
20.
If you read the whole article, it's only Thunderdome, Marc, Thunderdome. So there's only, I think there's nobody else mentioned. In the end, only, and Nina Kravitz also played Marc, and then Helena Hoff is also playing Marc, and it's a big party. You know, and I also, when I'm around on a lot of techno parties, they don't know all the hardcore acts. They know the old school, but they don't know the new hardcore acts that much. So they're really into that 90 rave thing, you know. And especially now, all this gabber dancing is really hot. I don't know if you follow that on TikTok and everywhere. Everybody's doing that, you know. So it's quite a nice time again.
How do you think the scene now compares to how it was in the 90s? What are the most obvious differences? Music aside, but I mean like culture and business. What do you think the biggest differences are?
Business is completely different. Completely. You know, in the 90s, there was no booking agency. There was no nothing. From the people, I have to say, it depends where you go. This new young, early hardcore generation, they're kind of like the 90s people. You know, they're on drugs, they party, everything is cool, except that they use mobiles. Which we didn't have. You know, we had a VHS camera, but we always forgot to turn it on. I wish we did sometimes, you know.
Probably for the best that you didn't sometimes as well.
You know, like also like if you go, especially France, if you play in France, they're really like in the 90s. There's no big border between techno and hardcore. And if you play in Holland on the early, and they have the old gabbers who were there in the 90s, plus the new younger gabber generation, a lot from Italy, from Holland, from Germany. It's kind of like in the 90s.
Yeah.
From the new hardcore scene, I have no idea. I'm never in the main stage, except for Thunderdome last year, but I'm not really into that.
You did the Trauma Fest, didn't you, over in Los Angeles?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, did you not do that over the summer? Okay. I know Frank and some of the
they go.
Yeah. But it was cool. I was kind of going to mention the kind of it's very interesting, very diverse lineup with all sorts of kind of interesting rave people from like very different genres, all kind of like stuck together. It was like something we haven't really seen a lot of in Europe. Is that something you think you'd like to see more of? Is that kind of like cross genre?
I like 3 weeks ago, I play on that new rave in France, and there was a really mixed lineup. There was also Somniac 1.
Yeah.
And a lot of other people. I'm not so really good in names.
Yeah.
I know Christina well. That's why. And I do the closing with Hardcore, which was amazing.
Nice.
I mean, I think I never had so many tagged videos.
Wow, yeah.
And I can't wait to go there again because, wow, you know.
Yeah.
And this is why you do that. You know, it's also like last year Thunderdome, it was unbelievable, 22,000 people. And IDT called me, they had to close the entrance because it was overcrowded. Yeah, because the old school people also try to get in, you know, and so it was this 30 years Thunderdome, and I represent the 92 to 2002, I think,
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened when Promo played.
A long time I didn't play so much people. You know?
Yeah.
This was in the 90s a lot, but not the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And that was really cool. And I think it also helped a lot because a lot of these new kids who maybe know a lot of bootlegs of my tracks, they say, oh, that's also from him. Oh, that's also. Oh, really? That's also.
I know him from the Dark Horror.
Yeah.
Well, it's still cool, man. It's nice that you get that appreciation. And the same happened when Promo played as well. In there, you know that there's the people who like the current sound, and then the older generation all flood in too. And it's a roadblock, and it's super cool in some ways, but it's not so cool if you can't fucking get in the room. So it's a balance, right?
There's definitely a resurgence of like more people heading back to the kind of the older sound and stuff like that. I mean, there's Mark, I don't know if you've seen that new movie, Hardcore Never Dies, like a Dutch movie about the kind of 90s kind of gabba scene, yeah. But yeah, it's worth a watch. But I mean, the point is,
it's not done by a gabber.
No.
That's why I will not watch it. It's also there's no the real hardcore music inside of that movie. So it's like you do a rock and roll movie without Chuck Berry and Elvis Presley.
The OST looked pretty good. I got some tracks off it to play on the show. Actually,
I enjoyed the movie just as a as like a a movie to watch about the kind of like 90s.
I totally understand, but
I wasn't watching it as a documentary, as a factual kind of But
but there's a lot of people are not really happy about that.
I'm sure there's you're never going to make everyone happy with that sort of stuff. But
you could if you use especially the right music.
Sure. Yeah, get the right crew, the right people, and stuff like that. But I guess the point is, it's kind of introducing newer, younger people into a kind of that old 90s kind of like vibe and stuff like that. Which I think.
Yeah, one day I will watch it. It's on Prime or.
Yeah,
it's on Amazon, Prime.
Yeah.
All right, cool. What are you doing now, Mark? What are you working on at the moment? What's the latest?
I did the remix for Mr. Promo.
Oh, for the 20-something years of promo files thing. Oh, can we play some? Can we play some of it?
You can play them.
I'm not going to have Sebastian on the phone tomorrow kicking my ass, am I?
Again.
It wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't, would it?
Yeah, you think so? we should ask him. Or maybe he's here. Sebastian, are you here?
I don't know if he's there. It's up to you. I won't take any responsibility.
We can play 30 seconds. Huh?
Just play a clip.
All right. Let's play a little clip of it. Go on then. The first 30 or the middle 30? Where do you want me to go from?
We have to hear the break, and then which comes when the drop comes, and then play the drop. It's a little shorty.
So I'm going to play halfway through the break and the drop. Yeah?
Yeah.
First break. All right, let's go. This is Promo Vicious Circle, Marc Acardipane remix.
Right on one.
You are now tuned into the Oblivion Show.
You're now
tuning to the Oblivion Show.
That's enough. That's enough.
Really
Dropped
nice.
a couple
really
of jingles
nice.
over there, just in case. Nice one. Nice one.
Oh, they're talking about the movie here now. Okay, it's a crime movie, they say.
A crime movie?
Crime.
Yeah, the Hardcore Never Die.
Oh.
Okay, I will watch it and then I see.
Okay. I haven't
Because
seen it
I
yet.
understood
I'd like to.
more like, you know, or like a lot of producers or artists from the 90s thought more about like when they hear about the movie, huh? It's like a movie about hardcore, gabber and stuff, and there's none. There's only, I think there's only RDC tracks and Roughneck, and I think one from Rob, and that's it.
There's quite a few. There's quite a few tracks in there. Like there's quite a lot of like kind of scenes in the rave and stuff like that. So there's yeah. But yeah, it's worth a watch. Whichever way whichever you go.
I have Prime, so I will watch it.
Cool.
All right. Anything else interesting to share with us? I think you got very interesting remix coming out in February.
February? January.
Yeah. Oh, okay. 24.
For Mrs. Hista.
Yeah, Hista doing remix of one of your tracks, of Wave of Rave.
Yeah, she picked that one, which I think is really, really cool because it's not really known, but she loved that track. Her first record actually was Hitchhiker, first record she bought, because she's a long-time DJ. She plays vinyl too. And it's really funny because since 2 months, if you go on Spotify and put in Rave of Rave, you get Acardipane and you get Hista remix, but it's not listed. I don't know, it's the algorithm. So there's a lot of people looking for that remix.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
She promoted a lot and it's really good remix. And we have also a really special B-side. Also a remix from CatScan and Hista.
Ooh. Nice. Wicked.
Black Sunday.
Wow. Wow. Nice. Cool stuff in the pipeline then. Wicked.
Yeah.
All right.
There's more to come. There's more to come. So this is like one of the first remix because, you know, like next year we have like a kind of anniversary. So it's 100 years Acardipane. And this will be the first remix. And the new stuff is coming in. Okay, I also read here with the remastered. Yeah, we go on with that soon. I have still 800 DATs to check. Yeah.
Oh, really? Just from one session?
Yeah, this is all double and triple, and nothing is labeled. Nothing, you know.
Wow.
So, but now we're moving the house, so I put there like one table only DATs, and on the other, I have also so many CD-ROMs with samples and vocal stuff and all the tracks from the past, you know, like also I don't know, like the Metal Man. I would love to do a Metal Man remix, but the vocals are somewhere. Or also the Mission
somewhere
X
in the pile.
Yeah, somewhere there. Yeah.
Well, it's been really interesting digging through your past and going through the different stories and getting up to where we are now. Thank you for sharing some of that with us, Mark. It's really cool. Been a great guest, very open. Thank you. So at this point, I think I'm going to do another competition before we move on to the What's Hot. So I have What's Hot. So I have got an Oblivion competition. I'm going to give away some of these white labels. This is the test press of Oblivion 23.
Finally.
Finally. And I can actually reveal that that is by none other than the DJ producer. Oblivion 23, the DJ producer, 2-side, 10-inch. You heard it here first. I might play a little bit of it in a bit, but if you've been keeping your eyes and ears open, you probably already heard one of the tracks because it's featured in a couple of mixes that are online. So that's coming soon. Been a nightmare with the test press, so I'll let you know. But if you want to win yourself a copy of the test press, then share the stream, like the stream, tag the Oblivion page, and use the hashtag OblivionShow39. Do that now. Share, like, tag Oblivion Show 39. All right. Mark, thank you again for being an amazing guest. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was a really good show.
Thanks.
And really professional.
Thanks. Thank you.
It's the first time anyone's ever said that about us.
No, it's not. On camera, maybe. So if you've
got a lot of private messages here, and they say you do this really good.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. If you've got questions for Mark or us, then save them because we're going to do the What's Hot section now, and then at the end we'll do a Q&A. So if you've got anything you want to ask, then save them up and we'll do them at the end. All right? So I'm going to go into our What's Hot section.
What's hot?
So, Greg, what's hot?
I have no idea. I've been living under a rock and just filling myself full of sugar for the last month. So,
well, so have I.
What's
and
hot?
I went on a little mission to find out what was hot because I'd not been paying attention. And apparently, fucking loads of things.
There's been
are
a lot
hot.
of good tracks, hasn't there, man? There's been a lot of good stuff last month. So.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna flick through these. Quick fire like I normally, because we're at nearly 4 hours and trying to not break a record here, but I think we might. I'm sure Richard and Frank are probably watching to see if they lose their record. So here we go. First up, Tripped, Creepy Bacon.
Creepy? That's a great name.
All right, that was Tripped with Creepy Bacon. That's available right now on his Madback Records Bandcamp. I'm going to post a link in the chat to that. If you like it, Go and support that shit. Also, for the questions and answers section, there is a Q&A section at the top of the live chat. If you click on that and put your questions in there, we will come to them at the end. All right, next up, we have got promo, The Industry Can't Stop Me, 10CLS remix. Let's go. That is 10CLS, which is Alias of Ophidian. That's available now on the Promo Files Remixes Part 2. And that's available right now on Bandcamp. I have added that link into the chat. Next up, brand new ENZYME-X. Yep, you heard it right.
Pulled so sadistic a trick on myself. I am awake. Did I sleepwalk here?
Yep, ENZYME-X are back. That is out now on Enzyme Records. Again, link in the chat. Check it out. 3-track EP. Absolutely bangs. Next up, more promo remixes. Counterattack, Starving Insect remix. Shout to Alex. Love you, bro.
My. Now we all look fine tonight. Oh yeah, we've come to worship, all right. But I got a little special something for y'all tonight. The kind of thing that they tell you not to listen to. That they tell you it's bad. That they tell you it's wrong. How can it be wrong?
Wicked remix by Alex, one of my favourite ones that's been released so far. Great work. That's available on the Third Movement Bandcamp. I've put a link below. Next up, forthcoming unreleased Outside Agency. This is Resist. And a happy birthday to Daniel in the chat. Daniel Hudson, congratulations. That is forthcoming on Carnage Records from the Outside Agency. Next track needs a little introduction, actually. Greg.
Yo.
We've got a track from you here to play. Well, from
nice.
you and somebody else. No?
Which one? Oh. Which track is it?
We have a track from you and somebody else to play.
Oh, so this will be the Dungeon Dragons thing.
Yes.
It's what's it called? Through the Prism.
Through the great introduction.
doing well. So yeah, so this is me and Steph Death Machine. This is our new project. Done Dungeon Dragons, which is just it's going to be kind of like all over the place, lots of different genres. The set we did at Prospect, we were kind of playing like grime and dubstep and techno and industrial and hardcore and drum and bass and all sorts of stuff. So we're going to be doing all sorts of different genres, but this is like a 2-tracker, our first EP on Prospect, and it's more for the hardcore kind of atmospheric drum and bass on one, and I think we've played the other track as well. It's
played
like
the other one,
yeah, Into the Light, which is a kind of 200 BPM kind of UK hardcore thing, atmospheric and stuff like that. So yeah, that's this one.
All right, wicked.
I think this is out in end of January, I think, on Prospect.
Wicked. All right, cool. Let's go.
All right.
Stuff there from Dungeon Dragons through the Prism. Next up, we have got Burroak with Ground and Pound. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Granada Hills inside the sold-out signature banquet hall. And now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for.
ridiculous stuff from Burr Oak, which is a collaborative project between the Clamps and somebody who I forget. Greg, who is it? Burr Oak, Clamps, and you muted. No, you're not. Go on, go ahead.
That's the dude from Signs. I can't remember what his name is.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, dude from Signs. I can't remember what your name is.
Next up, we have got some classic Gabba for you. Gabba sound. This is Mad Dog with Extreme Audio, the Thunderdome anthem.
This is my family. This is my blood. We went where others feared to go, and did what others failed to do. With our brothers, with our legacy, with our past and future. We travel through time at the speed of sound. Louder as thunder. We are one. We are the originators, the creators. We are hardcore from hell. We are
On the red alert, coming through your stratosphere, flaming. It's strange how you suckers see on Thunderdome. On the red alert, coming through your stratosphere, flaming. It's strange how you suckers see on Thunderdome. On the red alert, coming through your stratosphere, flaming. It's strange how you suckers see on Thunderdome.
Absolute mad respect for Mad Dog. He's doing some crazy shit right now, and I fully back that. Wicked, available on Thunderdome, also available on vinyl with Reset on the other side. Think it's sold out, and you're going to have to sell a kidney to get one on Discogs. Next up, we have got an exclusive from Death Machine, forthcoming prospect. This is When the Music Stops. Merry Christmas. Wicked stuff from Death Machine. Forthcoming on Prospect. Wicked stuff. Thanks for that. And now, a quick look into the future from Oblivion.
All possible physical worlds really exist. They're all out there. Vastly different theories, different from ours in ways we can't imagine, that are, inconceivably exotic. All possible realities actually exist. All mathematical structures exist, and mathematical existence is the same thing as physical existence, so we have this vastly rich multiverse that encompasses every logical possibility.
Yeah, baby.
Inconceivably exotic.
That is some hot shit, bro.
You are now tuning to the Oblivion Show.
You are now tuned into the Oblivion Show.
Taking this metaphysical way out, these physicists and also philosophers are actually reaching back to a very old idea that goes back to that reality is actually as full as possible.
It's as far removed from nothingness as it could possibly be.
Metaphysical.
You're now tuned in to the Oblivion Show.
Metaphysical.
All right. We are back from a quick fire. What is hot? That was a lot of good, cool, new and recently released music. And I hope you like the forthcoming producer release on Oblivion 23, guys.
23 releases already.
Yeah. Like I said before,
Mark could do that in a week.
If you want to get yourself a copy of this test press, where is it? Yeah, DJ Producer, Oblivion 23, test press, approved. Then do what it says on the screen. Share the stream, like the stream, tag the Oblivion account, and do a hashtag Oblivion Show 39. And I'll give away a couple of test presses. They'll go out at the beginning of the year. The producer release is coming out beginning of next year, and there'll be vinyl. There'll be a bundle like usual. We've got a sick T-shirt design. It's, you know how we roll with our vinyl releases, guys. It's going to be no exception. And that one has been hard to get out. We've had so many problems with mastering engineers, cutting people, presses, 3 different test presses. I nearly lost my complete fucking mind with it. It's been a year and a half in production. It's not been fun, but it's coming out now. So boom. So that was it for the What's Hot section.
What's hot?
Somebody's written in the chat, Mark's written 8 tracks so far during this stream. I watched very closely.
I wish.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're going to go to the Q&A. I think there's a shitload in here. If you haven't put your question into the Q&A section, you can find that at the top of the live chat. There's an option to drop down, and you can select live chat or top chat or questions, and there's also like a shortcut at the top there. Drop in there and put your questions in there. That's where I'm going to answer questions from, because I'm not scrolling up. I think Jay's.
So we do live chat or top?
I think there's an option for questions.
So.
You got it?
No.
I can see it. Live chat. There's like a drop-down box, and you can have questions or live chat or whatever. So,
Frederick in the chat said it'd be nice for Armageddon Project to do a comeback. Well, they did. They had a new release out about 3 months ago, didn't they?
It was less. It was closer than that. It's quite recent, right?
Is it? Yeah. So go and buy that. It's fantastic EP. Great.
Yeah, I think we played that on the last show actually.
We did. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go through some of these questions. What is the best German beer, Mark?
Best German beer?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really a beer drinker.
Okay. All right.
No.
Well,
I have no idea.
Whatever's in my hand. That's the best one.
Maybe I don't know. Jever is good, but mostly I drink Heineken.
Okay.
Beck's beer is also good.
Next question. Bike mechanism.
Hista is here.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Welcome. We were talking about you before. Were your ears burning?
I just told her, so that's why she's here.
All
I
right,
sent
next
her
question.
a private message.
With all of the stories about all the tracks, I love CSWK. Have you got a story about that?
No.
Okay, very quick. I'm loving these quick fire answers, Mark.
I will also remix that one, because it came out on the day when the lockdown starts.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite really slow track, and I think it could have a remix with a little bit faster.
Okay.
You mean the Coke Speedweed K? Huh? Yeah. I mean, the name said everything.
Next question. What does the distorted vocal sample in 6 Million Ways to Die say? I always want to shout along with this track because it's such a banger. It sounds like Oh Yeah. It is Oh Yeah, isn't it?
It's Oh Yeah.
Probably the easiest sample of all.
This is the best questions ever. I don't know what this is. There are a lot of new labels who release hardcore in the 90s sound. Gab ahead. I picked up Nor with Human Resource. The Mouth of Madness post or something. What's your opinion on new early labels? And that's from DJ Tigo.
I have no idea. I don't hear the tracks, I guess. I know a lot of more early sounding Gabber tracks from techno people. There I have a few. They sent me them via SoundCloud. But I don't know. I never heard the tracks. I will check them out. I know that he did with Human Resource something, but I never heard them.
Okay. Jay's sent me a list
that they do them.
Okay, Jay's sent me some other questions here. My Modular Journey has asked, would you consider coming to Music Express to dive deeper into individual tracks? Maybe in combination with the gig in Holland?
Yeah, when I read this, it reminds me that he wrote to me last week. But I had such a stress because the night before I left for Holland, where he wanted to meet me, my car broke down for the third time. And in the morning at 10, I have to be at the garage. And my mood was not really good because I had to drive now in total 2,300 kilometers.
Wow.
And so I forgot to answer. One day I will do that for sure. I will be in the show. We only have to find the next day. But I'm playing so many times in Holland next year. I have already so many bookings there. We will find a good day and then everything is cool.
Okay,
or did he ask me for tomorrow? I don't know. It's too much in the moment. Yeah. I think it was for last Saturday.
Okay. What do we have here? Somebody wrote, This is from TR909. Mark, hi Mark, with all the technology and possibilities in today's music production, do you feel like the essence, feeling or rawness of today's hardcore is still there compared to the early days when music production had more of a physical and controlled approach? An uncontrolled approach, sorry.
I like more how it was in the past. But this is not that I'm a guy who say, oh, everything was better in the past. But yeah, that you don't know what really happened is a good thing. I know that people grow up with digital and they can work good with that, but other people like us can't. But
as old men, is that what you're saying? As old guys.
Yeah, I mean, I also use both, so I also have a lot of digital. But I still think, you also have to do less. I don't know, let's say take a MOOC, yeah? And play a MOOC and watch in the analyzer. It looks like already EQ'd. Do the same with the native instruments, massive. There's a lot of shit low end you have to cut out. You have to cut off a lot of terrible high frequencies. The analog don't have that. They sound great from the start, okay, except the 909, because many people think the 909 sound already distorted. So they're a little bit annoyed when they hear the first time in real life. But I like the rawness. Mm-hmm. For me, I don't know, it's too polished, let's say. I also did that, my first Mover release party in Berlin. I play a whole album, which I never released because it was also too polished. So I played it, and during I played it, it's great tracks, but it's not the Mover. And then I did the whole album again because everything was set already, the release date and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to redo it?
3-4 weeks.
Wow. I was going to say 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. No. Now I'm not as fast anymore as the 90s. I try to do that, but then you really need a concept also. Like what I was saying, you had it all on the mixer, always in the same. Mm-hmm. You have this effect. You use always this 2-3 presets you do, That's how you get your signature sound. Mm. So in the past on my leads, there was always the same Eventide reverb delay, which I programmed, but you never noticed it. But this is your sound, And there's an artist, a German hardcore artist, and he said once a really nice sentence. I also said that in the Red Bull thing. He said, man, in the 90s, you all had almost the same equipment, but you all sound different. Mm. Today, with so much equipment and so many sounds, why they all sound the same? Mm. You know what I mean?
Because people are following trends, isn't it? There's a lot less kind of punk attitude to try and break the rules, I guess.
YouTube tutorials.
And sample packs.
Everybody else now,
Sample packs and tutorials.
And there's so much bullshit on YouTube. Also, so many wrong things they're gonna teach there. Yeah. And always is lost the feeling.
Yeah.
If you start like, oh, I'm not using this lead because I get 2 more dB RMS when I use that lead. Mm. No.
Yeah. It's very different. And back in the day, it'd be like the only way you found out about anything was either you invited someone around to your studio or you had a conversation and someone would say something like spring reverb, and then you would spend a month trying to do all your kicks with spring reverb or something crazy like that. So, but there was no tutorials or anything, so you just had to work shit out yourself, right? That was
exactly. You maybe know that the Mantasm sound came from the Juno 1 or MKS50.
Yeah. But you'd have to sit there and play with it to kind of get somewhere close.
So that means that also select the real guys from the not real guys.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's also I also cannot be a doctor because I have no idea. I didn't study it. Yeah. And you also have to learn a couple of years in the studio until you find out for yourself, do I have the talent to do that? To know the machine is one thing. To do tracks is another thing.
Yeah.
But you first have to learn it to find out. And first you have to invest money. And all this is not there today.
Yeah. No? Yeah, it's very true. Yeah. Anybody can just get hold of anything
and also
no time and to make something,
That was and also in the 90s there was producers who only be producers and they could survive. Today, you cannot survive as a producer. You have to be a DJ. So we have also a lot of DJs who are not
who are not DJs.
meant to be DJs. No, and they also
that's a real problem.
Deep in the heart, they don't want to be DJs. They're not born to be on the stage.
But the money's not in the records. The money's in the bookings.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's frustrating as well for the people who are actually DJs to see people DJing on stage and they're not DJing. They're just fucking playing tracks and
And there's so many full playback DJs today.
Yeah.
It's a pre-recorded CD. You know, on the new Pioneers 09 and on the new 3000, the PA guy can see what is on the USB stick and what is on the player with the track ID.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
But most DJs don't know. So I know from a few DJs what's on the USB stick. Is there's one track or many?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually made for the light guy, you know, then he can see the WAV file, which is a clever idea.
Yeah.
And it's also made for the publishing later. So because one day when all clubs are connected for the publishing, every track is counted and the people who make the tracks
you don't have to have the guy behind the decks with writing down the track IDs anymore like back in the day. Yeah.
That's why it's made, you know. And when I saw it the first time, I said, "Oh wow, you can look on the USB stick." That's spooky.
The ID tags, ID3 tags. Yeah. All right, next question. The Snare Police wants to investigate. What's your favorite snare from all of your tracks?
Oh, it's always the 909. Only, yeah. Or 808.
Or an 808. 808 snares. Oh, it depends, right? Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of nice snares. It's always 909. I really like the drums I did for the track I did with Mad Dog on my album, the Reboot the Future.
Mm-hmm.
Because on that day I had the Terminotic Culture brand new in the studio. It's a great valve. That's from England.
Okay.
So a really nice saturator. That's a really cool snare in there. But there's a lot also on the PCP Future album. Everywhere is good snares. But it's always use a 909, compress it, put a nice reverb in, EQ it nice, and finish.
Simple.
It's always a challenge, you know? But then it's your snare.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm not really into samples. The Techno Tribe, this was full of samples. But this was actually an idea about these 22 tracks.
How did you come up with the name PCP?
Yeah, there was the Planet Core production, and of course PCP is also Angel Dust.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of our track names are drug related.
No further comment, officer.
But Planet Core production was first, so and then we said, okay, it's PCP. Oh, cool, it's also Angel Dust. Nice.
Okay, simple enough. Somebody saying that they would love to see you make YouTube videos on sound design and techno history.
Okay. Yeah, I'm planning maybe if it work out, because I did some masterclass during the pandemic. But the problem is, of course, people want to see the hardware. But then I do like with the gimbal and my phone and with the camera, and it was really stupid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But a friend told me there's a camera system which comes in the studio and it follows me and follow my hands. You know, if I go to the 909, it comes and zoom in.
I actually have something like that on my camera.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we have to talk about that.
It's just a plugin for OBS.
I would like to install that in the new studio, and then maybe can do this or on Twitch sometimes.
TikTok.
You can do this on
Techno
TikTok live
with Marc Acardipane.
Yeah.
TikTok Techno, TikTok Rave.
TikTok tutorials.
Oh, there it is. Done.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know, so if there's fun, I will do it.
Okay. Would you like to compose for a movie, Mark? And what I'm gonna elaborate on this question. Would you like to compose for a movie? And if so, what kind of movie?
Blade Runner 3.
Not fucking about, just straight in.
Blade Runner 2017.
I mean, come on, Blade Runner 1. Oh, the music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The movie.
Super good.
Yeah. And the remake was really good.
Really good.
Really good.
Yeah, kind of future movie. That would be cool, of course.
All right, we're going to do 2 more questions, guys, from the chat. So try and think of something good. And just put it into the normal chat. I'm watching that now. Forget about the Q&A section. That's finished.
What do you listen to nowadays, Mark? When you're not producing, do you listen to much music?
Yeah, all the time. But a lot of different stuff. So really a lot of different stuff. So a lot of hip hop. Still, I love hip hop.
New stuff or old stuff?
No, old stuff.
Yeah.
We're also old boys.
But more than a lot from 2000 to 2005.
Okay.
This I really like. But I made a really nice playlist because the Spotify algorithm, I'm not a big Spotify fan, but the algorithm is really cool. So I found some really strange music, put it in, and then Spotify found for me more strange music. And when we went on Old School Gangsters, the big indoor, I drove with Miro after to Pandemonium party and I played him that playlist. And Miro said, man, this is another level. So it was even for him and also for me completely brand new, cool music. I don't know how you call that style. It was kind of, I don't know. It was electronic, but most of the groups, I have no idea. And that's what I like,
Yeah. Yep.
Because I listen a lot to my music because I like my music.
Sure.
So if I'm in the car, I also listen to AC/DC still. Old Sepultura, Ramones. In the moment I listen also Dead Kennedys again. I have all the vinyl from Dead Kennedys.
Wow.
You know Dead Kennedys?
Of course. Yeah. The Biafra and of course.
Yeah. Cool guy.
When do you think the recent techno hype is finally going to die down from Necronomicon?
Good question. In the moment, I think techno is the biggest music in the world.
Eminem was wrong.
It will change maybe, but in the moment, I don't know if it will change for good. So I think also it's also not good because it's too much business now, It's too much, I don't know, is made, a lot of artists are made. It's not anymore real, and I'm always, for me, it's no problem, I have my space, but for new artists, so like I had one masterclass guy, he's like 20, he's really talented. But if you not follow that game, for him, it will be really hard to make a living out of it. And this is really sad, And this I feel for a lot of young artists.
Yeah.
Who don't have the money. Because, like most of the artists today who get a lot of bookings, especially in this new hard techno, this is a whole system behind it with a lot of money. Yeah. So it's agency behind and big booking agencies and stuff. So, and if you don't have that, you can be good as ever you want, you will never make it. But this is another podcast.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a question for you, Mark. If you had one piece of advice or some advice to give to aspiring producer / DJ wanting to make it in the hardcore or techno scene, what would that advice be?
Do everything with love.
Good. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, I'm going to wrap it up. I've got no other questions that look interesting there. So thank you, Mark.
And get a booking agent.
Yeah.
And get a
get a good manager. Yeah.
I have a good one, DJ Rob.
Hey. So, Mark, you've been a fantastic guest. I'm very thankful. It's been an absolute honor for me, and I think I speak for Greg too to have you on the show. You've been an absolute pioneer in the hardcore techno scene, and I don't think we'd be where we are, certainly not the way we are, if it wasn't for you. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, both of you. It's really nice.
And thank you to you.
And thank everybody who's still here.
And everybody. We've
64
still got
people at 120, man.
Yeah. We
almost
need to
5 hours, huh? Oh,
Yeah,
4
nearly.
hours?
I think you might have got the record. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out.
Gonna be
when we close
close.
it. It's
Almost
between
5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, it's between you, Richard Drox, and Frank ID. They're the longest podcast, I think. So we'll see.
Cool.
We need to take a picture for the thumbnail. So can everybody look like they're having a good time? Okay. There you go, Jay. There's your thing. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to everybody for your support this year with the show. Thank you to all of the members that support us, meaning that we can invest in new equipment and looking after guests and all that kind of thing. We really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's still in the chat. We love you all. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, whatever it is that you celebrate or don't celebrate. Thank you very much for the last 12 months again. We're on show number 39, which means Greg and I have been transmitting for nearly 160 hours of
160
live
years, it feels like,
bullshit, you guys. But we love it, and we know we're having a great time. So thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. I've got one more thing to play, and I'm determined to not fuck this up this time because I've been ruining this every show recently. Yep, okay, got it. Okay, we're going to go now. The last track is Gloy with Starting and Running a Successful Solo Consulting Practice. This is our Something Different. Mark, thank you very much. Everybody, thank you very much. Take care. Happy New Year, everybody. Goodbye.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
Business cards and stationery. Even in this digital world, I think you still need some dead trees there. If you're doing anything at all that might get you sued, however, so let's say, for example, you're an IT consultant, and let's say you go to work for a big company, and you totally bite the pooch, you do something wrong, and their entire system goes down for 3 days, they lose millions of dollars. Guess who's on the hook for that? If it was your fault, if it was something you did wrong. How many times do you think I got rejected? Take a good look at me, ladies and gentlemen. I did not look like this when I started this marketing program. Okay? You know, seriously, when you're eating lunch, when you're doing 2 or 3 talks a week for various business groups, you're going to gain 30. Secondly, you got to keep that sucker up.